And welcome in everybody. How are you doing? Happy Wednesday. Ooh, a ton of things happening. I see Doran getting the esteemed title of first for today. Welcome in, Doran, and entering the chest zone to become 33% Bruce. I see a lovely Maple. How are you, Maple? Maple getting a sub gifted by Doran. Thank you so much for the gift sub, Doran. And welcome in among the mice engineers, Maple. I see a Flame. How are you, Flame? Welcome in, everybody. Oh, I forgot to redeem. I forgot to enter the cheese zone for today. Scandalous. What do I get? What do I get? Ooh, I get 36% abundance, which brings me to 104%. This is an achievement for me. Congratulations, me. Also, well, I did start working on stuff for the cheese zone. Yeah, so one thing I mentioned last time, I realized that like with the things we want to do for the cheese zone, I'm going to need more than like simple Firebot commands. I mean, it would be doable, but it would be a mess. It would be very, very difficult to do. So I started working on like a proper integration with like a database that I can work with in the background. So I worked on that yesterday and today, and so I didn't do an alert for the achievements. We need service and database. Yeah, we need a database that can like work with more easily. You can help me with that if I want. I think like maybe for now what I've started doing is just like laying out just the base stuff, right? It's not like when I say database, it's nothing very complicated. Databases with firebots are just basically JSON files, so it's not a hugely complicated thing. It's mostly I need to re-implement what we have in TypeScript, basically, and then I can enrich it and make new stuff. But so I'm just like setting up the project at the moment. So it's more like knowing like the structure, how to structure the Firebot project than anything really. And I've been messing around with TypeScript stuff. These kind of things. So no worries, but like, yeah, maybe in the future if there's a need for it. Yeah, if need be. But at the moment it's nothing very complicated, it's just I need to put the time in to do it, right? If I want to do it. But like it's things like if I want something like monthly achievements and stuff like that, and being able to have like top 5 for a cheese or things like that, I need something that's structured differently than what I have right now. I need something where I can be like, hey, get me like the list of who has cheese and what they have and this kind of stuff. So yeah, that's basically what I'm looking at the moment. So yeah, no alert yet. It's not my to-do list. I actually like updated my to-do lists and stuff like that. It's a main to-do list all for the short term. But it's... I can't do everything at the same time, right? I can't do everything at once, unfortunately. Alright, but... we are back with the game. Let's open the cheese shop. The load time is increasing, slowly but surely. Right, so where were we? We had just made Copper bearings and bronze rivets in the cheese shop. So looking at the tech tree, I can't. Oh, I could unlock that. And what does that need to be built? Just steel and bronze rivets, so we can totally do that, right? And this... a nailed wood metal reinforced platform for production line expansion. I don't know what that is. We'll have to experiment with that. And we have the blender that we can research. Let's advance the tech tree stuff, everything we have, the advanced assembler. 3 conveyor belt input and 1 pipeline input. I see. So yeah, and this floral decoration, it looks like it's just decorative. So yeah, I'm sure we might as well research it. So among the things we can research to sell, we can do malachite, which will also give us a byproduct that's a component for diamonds, so I'm pretty interested with that. We could do salt. And salt, I mean... yeah, it's just going to produce some sand as a byproduct. And then it's a component for Saturns. Interesting. And we're going to have Mars, which is a mixture of iron, steel, copper, and bronze, basically. Interesting. And then later down the line, we have growth potions, which is the next fertilizer. I don't know what this blue thing is. Maybe it's a recipe we unlock with maybe the blender, I assume. And we have the black powder, which also has a fluid component to it. Okay, so we'll have to look at both of those. And then over here we have the pocket watch, which is a jewelry stuff with copper and steel, okay. And we have the catalyst, which is, well, a completely different thing, right? And that doesn't enter as a component for either of these, no. What's the unstable catalyst for? Maybe it comes in... okay, so it's part of the fertile catalyst, which is the next fertilizer we'll have. I see. Oh, interesting. What is that? I don't know. Sulfuric acid, topaz. Oh, Venus will be interesting because it's a bunch of potions. Oh my god. Okay. And so basically each catalyst is a component for the next catalyst. But they don't interact much with the rest. Ooh, World Tree Nursery. Okay. Though the Panacea potion will be a fertilizer and also a fuel? Oh, that's a weird one. Quicksilver, mercury. Whoop. We sold quite a few of them, actually. Made a decent amount of money of copper and brass stuff. Well, bronze, not brass. Yeah, so we're already selling diamonds, but I'm hoping we can make possibly other easier types of diamonds. But yeah, it's worth looking into. Okay, so mercury will be a bunch of gems of all types. Interesting. Obsidian starts using catalyst. Okay, so catalysts will eventually become part... Gems and catalysts will eventually become part of the different stuff. Lapis lazuli is gonna produce some diamond stuff, but it's going to require like basic gem stuff anyway. Oh, interesting. Silver powder also uses catalyst. And then we'll have the gold stuff. Yeah, that's gonna be... quite a thing. Luna... Moonlit Soap... and then Sol, which is a bunch of everything. Ooh, hey, Mastani, welcome into the cheese zone. Oh, becoming 32% Cervelle de Canu. Not bad, not bad. How are you doing today, Mastani? Okay, so let's come back to that. So I think Malachite is a good first step here. Probably. And then maybe we can start working on like Salt and Saturn, probably. Because that's going to require charcoal. So like all the nonsense of black powder, etc. We don't really care actually. Since we just want charcoal. Also, I see we have an upgrade. And we do need to continue increasing the logistics efficiency. We need to go to level 12 here. Doing mostly good. Mastani grabs cheese before running away to make dinner. Burgers. What is burgers? I don't know that. Oh, burgers? Is it burgers? Burgers, okay. Yeah, have a great dinner, Mastani. Mostly good, well, at least there's that. Hopefully it can be upgraded to very good. Okay, so what is this? Lime water. Okay, so it's lime powder in the extractor. I see. And these ones we've used already. And also I think we are going to have to upgrade the steel gears. Because I seem to remember that we were pretty much out of steel gears. Steel is doing okay. But I think the shop can't keep up, if I remember well. The shop can't keep up with steel gears. It might get improved once steel backs up. Bronze rivets might be a little bit hard to keep up with as well, by the looks of it. And of course we don't have enough diamonds or Jupiters. To be fair, if we do start producing, what is it, Saturn, I think it will reduce the consumption of Jupiters. And also we can stop sending Jupiters to the research bench, because like there's really no point at this point. So we will double the output of Jupiters basically. If we do that. Where are my Jupiters? Because the knowledge altar at the moment is like 1,000 XP per level. And well, the 3 XP was not... I don't think it was like the entire thing. But I think the Jupiter itself, the entire Jupiter, is like 18 HP. So we need like 100 of them to do anything with, right? If we get Saturn, we need 10 Saturns. So we might as well send all the Jupiters to the shop. Or at least most of them. And focus on Saturns afterwards. But yeah. So I think we start with Malachite. So what do we need for Malachite? Materials. That's gonna be copper powder, was that what we required? No, it was not. The orange and brownish powders. So this was impure copper powder and clay powder. Aha. Well, that's not great. What are we going to do with all the extra copper powder we get? Is the problem. Like, we kept a crap ton of copper powder, and I have no idea what to do with it. I suppose I could... No, but like mass production needs 300 copper bearings. Like if we say, okay, so copper powder produces 1-to-1, right? A build of copper powder produces 1-to-1. Hey, Idling Light, entering the cheese zone. Becoming 45% more per salut today, for a grand total of 105 per salut. Congratulations on the achievement, GGU. Not even intentional. Yeah, I did the same earlier. I got an achievement too, totally unintentional, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Congrats. So we produce copper powder and bronze powder, or impure copper powder, 1-to-1, right? And one copper powder basically produces 2 bearings. And one bronze powder produces 3 bronze rivets. So it's like 2 to 3, 1 to 1.5. We produce 1.5 more bronze rivets than copper bearings. And we need twice as many bronze rivets as copper bearings. For that. So we would have too much copper producing mass, right? So if we need impure copper powder for the malachite, we can't really sink it into Mars. That's just not gonna work. Hey Zeta, how are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Growth potion isn't going to use copper. This isn't going to use copper. This ain't gonna use copper either. Well, the pocket watch would use copper. I suppose. So if this produces... Alright, if this uses 2 bronze powder every 12 seconds, it means we produce 2 copper powder every 12 seconds as a byproduct. Which would be 4 copper bearings every 12 seconds. So we could run like 2 machines for pocket watch with 1 machine making malachite. And that's really the only other use we have for copper powder incoming at the moment. Oh my god, we're going to have way too much copper. We're just not gonna know what to do with it. Yeah, and even at the next level, nothing really uses copper, except as a material for building machines. Like, none of these uses copper. Silver powder will use copper powder, I suppose. Hey Heideki, yes, I can make money with it, but... Okay, so that's something I haven't looked into. But I feel like it costs... Like, it's a way to recycle the copper, right? But at a cost. So what I'm looking into is there a productive way that I can actually use it to make something with, rather than just waste it by turning it into money? Because, like, if you look, like, copper coin, 1 copper bar produces 300 copper coin, and 400 copper coin produce a copper bar, right? So if you were to cycle it, you would just continually waste money. So I don't know exactly how much it costs to make a copper powder. We could look. Let me Let me open the Alchemy Factory Codex for a moment. What kind of... Hang on, I'm going to open a tab that I can have on stream. I think that's the one. Yep. Okay, so if we look at copper powder. So the calculated cost of one copper powder is 185.4 copper. I suppose it calculates in the heat. If we look, what are our upgrades at the moment? We are level 3 on fuel and fertilizer. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. That's going to reduce the cost, but basically 180 copper for one copper powder. If we go... Oh, if we were to turn all the impure copper powder into copper. I see. But you need to double the cost then, because we're going to use the impure copper powder for something else. Hebe cutie. I spot a Hebe cutie. And an Espifa. Oh my god, I missed so many people. Hi Espifa, hi Hebe. And Hebe grabbing some brie from the Chison. 23% brie for a grand total of 355% brie. Not bad. Slowly creeping towards the 400 achievement. I see, I see. Okay, so that would be like 360 copper. And if we look at that, oh, actually, it might be profitable. No, wait, no. It makes 300 copper. Right. So it costs us 60 coin to make a copper bar, like to waste a copper bar, basically. 60 copper coin. Because like we could be selling it for a profit instead. It's not that bad. But that's why I'm looking into, like, is there a way I could use it otherwise? So maybe like Malachite could pair up with Pocket Watch, for example. And then, so we're going to make Malachite, and the byproduct of Malachite can be turned into diamonds. Which is going to be very interesting for us, because at the moment we have a very inefficient process for making diamonds. So we can just refine that, like it's a 50% production of Malachite and like a fraction of a diamond. Basically. Yeah, I think that might be worth it. Because same, this is going to produce some copper too. So at the end of the day, like, I'm going to have so much copper I don't know what to do with. Which incidentally means probably... Like if we go to the build we made, not yesterday, on Sunday, was it? Hang on, end of the day. Yeah, so we were producing bronze rivets and copper bearings. Maybe it's worth saying this build. I mean, no, because we're going to be using the copper bearings. Oh, we sold 3 diamonds today. Ooh. $600 silver made. We have made a 300 silver profit. Is that because of these? No, it can't be, right? I think it's the extra diamond. It's probably like one of those days where the experimental build for diamond produced one. It's gonna do that every now and then until we remove it. Right, so where did I do that? Right, so over here. We're producing copper bearings and bronze rivets. And so one thing I'm thinking here... We're always going to be overproducing copper by the looks of it. So maybe it should just stop if bronze rivets is full. At the same time, I'd rather like have this small production running to supply the shop and our personal needs, and ensuring it never stops. Okay, so let's keep it. But what we could do, what I was considering, so just so... I'm sorry, I feel like I'm not explaining myself very well. I'm very, very scatterbrained today. So what I was considering was taking out this refiner, which is basically only there so that if we ever produce too much impure copper, so if we have too much impure copper, we consume it and we transform the impure copper into pure copper so that the pure copper product doesn't stop, basically. Suggestion: when bronze break up, refine it into copper, transform them into bearings or copper coins. That's exactly what we're doing, Mastani. So that's what this build does, right? This build produces an Athanator's worth of copper powder and impure copper powder. It turns the copper powder into copper bars, the impure copper powder into bronze bars, and the bronze bars get turned into bronze rivets, and the copper bars into copper bearing, right? But either of them can back up. So if copper bars back up, then the copper bars that remain get turned into money, into copper coins. And if bronze or impure copper powder backs up, rather, so if bronze side backs up, then the impure copper powder gets refined into copper and fed back into the copper side. The one thing I would like to do, and I don't know how to do with this setup, is say if both are backed up, then I would like basically for the whole thing to stop. If both outputs are backed up. And that I don't know how to do. Maybe we could experiment with that real quick. Right, so we have basically a setup with 2 priority splitters. And so, like, let's say this is the copper side, this is the bronze side. We have something that's going to want to consume bronze and something that's going to want to consume copper. And we supply both of them. With stuff. And if the bronze gets backed up, how do I do that? I'm just going to have them cross each other, I suppose, for now. Let's cross the streams. And so over here we need a priority merger. Aha. So if this is backed up, I should really move these. Hang on. Okay, so if this is backed up, the materials go in here, and then they get priority merged here, so they take priority, so we don't consume that. And then we output here. And if this is backed up, we have basically an infinite sink, which is the money, right? Which is never gonna back up. We assume that money is never going to be like something we have too much of. We will ensure that through various means if need be. Including but not limited to adding chests, turning them into other materials, whatever we need. The thing is, if what can I do here? Yeah, sure, you can be small gears and you can be stone. Okay. So, like, for now, these go into these 2 chests. If I stop these 2 belts, because this is backed up, or if I stop, well, first of all, if I stop this, but not this one. So this is starting to go over there, right? And I stop consuming here. And it's going to balance these 2. If instead I do this, I'm going to consume this and I'm going to start throwing away the stones, right? So I need this belt for this precise situation. But what I would like would be that if I am in this situation, then this belt just stops. Of course, once we are over there, we don't know what item, like what source these come from, right? So I want that if this and this are running, then I don't send anything to copper coins. So I want something that outputs If this and not this. And I'm not exactly sure how to do that. There has to be a way, I think probably with filters and with like a buffer type of items. Oh, and this is full. So how could I do that? So to detect that this is not running, I have an ID. To detect that a belt is not running. Oh my god, I need materials. I used all my materials to make like example stuff, but no, I need them. Let's use like smaller boxes. Okay, so I have a belt, right? And I want to check if it's not running. What I could do could be to have like a secondary material that is not normally running onto this belt. Oh my god. And so if I do that, what could this be? You're gonna be clay. The clay here only runs through if the wooden gears are not running, right? So if I detect that I have clay over there, so how do I detect that I have clay? Well, I can filter it out. So if I take like a filter splitter, and I filter out clay. Okay, so in this situation, the large gears are coming here. But now you saw the clay moving. If the clay starts running, and the clay comes back here, please. So now if I have items here, I know that it means this belt is not running without really polluting the belt, right? Because, oh my god. Let's take everything out of here. If I put my big gears here, all the clay can go in here. Right. So, hey, this is running. This belt is empty. This is not running. This belt is not empty. But this is always gonna be large wooden gears. And I'm never really disturbing this belt. And so then I can stop this belt if this is running, potentially. Is there any situation where this belt might be running because it's supposed to be running? Let me gather my materials. So your small gears You're supposed to be stones. Hey Guppy, happy time zone, how are you doing? How was stream today? Some of you may not know that Guppy is streaming, but he streams quite often, pretty much every day. You did not stream today? Oh, was it yesterday? Too tired from work. Yeah, that's understandable. But I thought I saw you streaming today. Sorry. So it was yesterday then. I must have seen. Okay, so now this is running and this is going into here, but it's not going over there, right? Then I get this back. No, you're going there. I don't know why this was running for a moment, but it shouldn't be. And now I stop this and I want this to be running. But what I want is to stop this belt from running in this situation. So if this belt is running, this belt shouldn't be. Your schedule is all over the place. Yeah, mood. Have you seen my schedule? There isn't one, that's right. No, there is one, but like... I've been fairly inconsistent. I really want to get more consistent with my schedule. Okay, so if I take this... You'll notice I have actually updated the informations on the channel, and I have set down a schedule that I stream on like Wednesdays and Sundays. I now have an official stream schedule, but yeah, hopefully I can be consistent with it. It's not a command, it's like, you know, the Twitch thing. If you go to channel, there's like a schedule tab. I'll need to actually remember to update it. I'm probably gonna forget to update it, to be honest. Actually, I should probably do something like that here. Oh my god. No, you don't delete the floor. One does not just delete the floor. How is this gonna work? Yeah, that's what I thought. Interesting. I have to take one off? Huh. Interesting. So, like, I need to have a feed that's like a priority merger. I wish you could, like, just overlay a priority merger on a belt or something. You can't really do that. So now I can have my, like, input box. We're learning to do logic with belts. I'm pretty sure the belts are Turing complete in this game. I think we kind of just proved that. Okay, and now we can load onto the belt without overloading it. Who needs flow anyways? Theta, Hibbs, Mastani. Everyone's a streamer nowadays. When do you start streaming? You're not good enough of a gamer for that. That's not true, I'm sure. I am certain that's not true. You don't need to be a very good gamer to be a streamer. Like, a lot of streamers don't even game at all. There is a whole community of streamers that do programming, for example. Or artists, of course, this kind of stuff. There's not just gaming for streams. Because sometimes I code on stream, I have interacted with them a little bit. A tiny bit. Okay, so now we can stop this. We can use these items to stop a belt by using them like as a priority feed on another belt. And then filtering them off, right? Same as we were doing before. Hang on. Wait. Okay, so the filter is the yellow one. Okay. So now if I... what do I do? This. So this is my priority feed on this one. I think I'm going to shift it slightly. No, not X. B. Okay, but not that. And you go over there. This feeds to pressurize the system. That's good. Then I can remove this. I'm surprised by how complex it is. I mean, it's gonna work. We can probably compacify it, to be fair. Oh, I'm out of wood. Oh my. Well, that happens. Sometimes. All the time. No, you're wondering if you should be streaming. What do you mean if you should be streaming? You already stream, don't you? What will this contraption be? So, okay. Sorry, yeah, if you came in the middle of that, that might not be clear. What I'm trying to see... So... I was talking about this build. I don't know if you were here last time. So last time we made a build that makes bronze rivets and that makes copper bearings, right? So we're producing an Athanator worth of... In the update, mainly basic materials go in bigger stacks, but they stack only if you ask the storage to store it in its inventory, looking at my planks. Yeah, I just saw that. I just noticed that it was stacking higher than it used to be, and I was like, did I, like, get an upgrade or something? No, so it's an update. I didn't see that there was an update. Hang on, what was there in the update? Let me... Where is my Steam? I didn't notice the update. Oh, today. Oh, I see. We have added sandbox mode in this update. Oh, that's exciting. They want more quality of life, performance, more interesting structures and recipes, character shrinking machine. And in here, what do they have? Adjusted multi-threading. Added sandbox mode. Added the ability to directly get resources from the catalog in sandbox mode. Added input-output portal and flask for testing production line. Unlocked all things without and build without resources. Okay, so that's all sandbox mode. Okay. Oh, they just added the placeable floor decoration. That's also why I didn't remember it. Okay, interesting. Added a video tutorial for area select. A reduced construction cost for lab stands and some other structures. Adjusted stack size for plank stone and iron nails to 600. Fixed an issue with conveyor lifter. Fixed an issue where items in the building tool would repeatedly appear in the shortcut bar. I think that's lifters. I remember like lifters like floating the shortcut bar. Okay, so yes, we are sorry, I'm scatterbrained today. This whole discussion is so ADHD. Also, we have ads about to start. Yeah, so we are an senator producing copper powder and impure copper powder, right? So bronze powder, I'm going to call that. And we are making copper bars and bronze bars for that. Copper bars make copper bearings, and bronze bars make bronze rivets. The problem is either of these may end up backlogging, right? And if we just do that, it would completely stop everything. So what we do is if we have too much bronze, if we are backlogged on bronze bars, we can refine the copper, the impure copper powder into copper powder and use it to make copper bearings instead. And if, on the other hand, copper backs up, we can turn the copper into copper coins. The issue is if both are backed up, then we turn the bronze into copper, and then we turn the copper into copper coins, and overall we just lost money by doing that. Actually, I'm not entirely sure that's true based on what we've seen. Because if we look in here, it seems that it costs 180 copper coin to make a copper bar. Or to make a copper bar. And that would be... that would be 300 copper coin. So technically we're only losing money if we're throwing away the copper. Interesting. You haven't managed to ramp up bronze production enough to keep up with the rest of the Mars parts production so far. Yeah, that's one thing I was looking at. So Mars is going to require twice as much bronze as copper, right? And this produces, so 50-50 bronze and copper, and this produces 2 copper bearings, and this produces 3 bronze. So we're producing 1.5 times the bronze rivets as copper bearings. So Mars, if it's fully scaled up, is going to be throwing away copper as well. So I was looking... I don't think it's actually useful for this system, because it seems that if I'm turning everything into copper coin, I'm actually making money passively. Because the copper bar costs less than it produces in terms of copper coins. But so one thing I was looking at was to say, okay, so we have two sources of materials. We have said, okay, let's say we have small wooden gears here. And we have stone over there. Let me grab the materials. So, like, for example, that's my bronze and that's my copper, right? So bronze goes over there, is used. Gets used. If bronze and of course the copper goes over there and gets used. So that's basically what our system is doing, right? We put copper in there, we get copper bearings. We put impure copper border, we get bronze rivets. So what this does is it's a priority splitter. Let me put back the stuff here. Right, so this is a priority splitter. And we're just simulating what happens in there, okay? And so these are my bronze rivets. If, say, the bronze rivets get clogged up, then we take the impure copper powder, we refine it and we inject it on the copper side, and we use it to make some of the copper bearings, which are basically whatever is going into this chest is copper bearings. And so, like, that's a priority split merger, which takes the copper powder, whether it comes from this or from that side, right? And this is a priority splitter if, for some reason, the copper powder is clogged up, or the copper bearings are clogged up. We can send the copper bars over here, and we start making money with it. So this is my money chest. So whatever goes in here is money. And so, for example, if the bronze is going, but the copper bearings are clogged up, I turn this belt into money. So this doesn't stop. Because, like, of course, the input is balanced, right? It's a 50-50 that goes into here. And so what I was thinking, but it looks like it might be wrong, is that, okay, this is a situation that I desire. I want to start throwing away the copper by making money with it, if I need to be producing rivets. But if I don't need to be producing rivets, and I don't need to be producing copper bearings either, I don't want to start turning just everything. Actually, it might look like I actually want to do that. But I was thinking maybe I don't want to start turning everything into money if both of these are stopped. And so this contraption is to look into how can I detect that both of these are stopped, basically. Is there a way to detect that? And I think yes. So this is this contraption. What I'm doing here... so let's say this is my... Right. So what I want is to stop this belt if this belt is not empty, right? If this belt is full, then I want to stop this belt. That's what we want here. So how to detect that this belt is full? Well, if I put large wooden gears in here, I have a priority merger with this clay going into it. And, well, if this belt is full, the clay isn't going there, right? So I'm just having large wooden gears over here. But what I can do is... and clay goes in here if this belt is empty. But I can have a filter splitter to make sure that it doesn't go inside the box, right? And so basically this is a loop. And so if this belt is looping, if I have stuff coming out over here, it means that this box here, well, that this belt here isn't going. So I have basically created a not signal, right? This belt is empty if this belt is full, and this belt is full if this belt is empty. So that's a first interesting observation. This is a not signal, this combination. And so then what I would like would be to stop a belt when this belt is full. And that's another not signal, right? In series. So I can do the exact same thing here. But reversed, basically. By having this belt take priority and stop the other one. Hey Nemo, how are you doing? Welcome in. And so that's what this can do, right? And so like this is another version of basically this. And so this is just to pressurize this belt. Boop. Ooh, I hear boopage. So now if I take my materials from this system, yeah, that's fine. Boop. Maybe reorganize it a little bit better. That's not working. Give me my big gears. Boop. All the boopage. I'm going to need to pull that back a little bit. So basically what I'm doing here is just trying to learn to do logic with belts. To do logic gates. Which incidentally, if we can do that, that means that belts are Turing complete. Which is pretty cool. We've managed to make a knot, we've managed to make an end. So basically it's Turing complete. Wait a minute, so... no, this is not correct. I want I want 2 input chests. Basically, I need to have this system over here, but have the detection on the loop back. No, make a machine run Doom. So, who's gonna implement Doom in Alchemy Factory? I mean, I've seen some pretty crazy stuff with factorial belts already. I've seen somebody like do a full-on 3D engine with factorial belts. Bad à l'instant. It's not me, I didn't do it. I'm just saying it's possible, some people have done it. Okay, so this is the detection loop. This is the priority output. I'm just going to want this to be flipped, I think. So I can have my actual output. Okay, so that's an output. And you're just going to go to a chest. So like this would be like, I don't know, bronze rivets or whatever. This needs to go... So like this is this belt, this output. So this needs to go to merge with the copper side. Maybe I want to shift this a little bit more. Wait a minute, so my priority output is on the outside. Right, so this needs to be flipped. Bronze rivets, first and foremost, go over there. If this is blocked, then you go to the purification line to become copper, right? So then you go, I don't know, inside here. And you come out here. But this needs to split and merge. I'm just going to have a small chest here. The pressurizations chest really doesn't need to be a big one. And I'm going to even have it... hang on. What are keys even? On top of this, we want to compact things a little bit here. I did nothing, I'm innocent, Doran. What did I do? Why am I being called a bad boy? You know I'm innocent, we went over this. Okay, so like this can be the money output, for example. And so the money we need to come in here, and this would be the secondary output, would be the money output here. But I think we want to move this. Where do we move it? I don't know, maybe something like that? This can be a little belt, and this would be my copper output. What is this again? I'm confusing myself. This... Oh, this is the recycling. This is the recycling. So this needs to go... Priority input here. Right. Let's bring it upwards, maybe? No? Okay, and these can be just lab stands. Whatever. I just want a belt. I just want a demonstrator. I don't want something ultra complex. I mean, it's already pretty complicated. I don't want it more complex. Is what I want to say. And so this is money, and money goes in here. Okay, and now I just need my 2 input chests. Okay, so this is the same as this system, except this time if I like block both outputs, we shouldn't have anything going there. That's my expectation. So first of all, let's block no output. We have materials coming on both sides. Why is this? Oh yes, right, I remember this issue. We can't have a chest directly going into... a priority splitter for some reason. A priority... yeah, whatever. We do need to have a belt. Okay, let's try that again. Well, first of all, it's a good sign that this is blocked at the moment. Nothing is going over there, and so we're not sending anything towards money. No, we put stones, so we put copper, and it's all going over there. That's according to plan. We put small gears. It's of course all going over there. No, if we cut that one, We should start seeing small gears going inside here and stones going into money, I think. Actually, no. Wait, why? Oh yeah, no. We start seeing small gears going there. Yeah, no, that makes sense. If I block both, we should start seeing everything stop. Uh-huh. But now if this goes, then because I need things to be running, I'm going to start sending stuff into money. That's the theory. It doesn't work. Why? I mean, that makes sense. Okay, now if I block that, and I unblock that one. Gears are going here. Is it a question of bandwidth? Because this would need to be running. What did I mess up? Why is nothing going through here? Small gears are going. Okay, so this is going. Uh-huh. And now if I have a belt over here, this should stop. The clay starts running, and the stones start. Okay, I see that this has stopped. And if I block the stones? Have I switched my outputs? Is that what's going on? Is this like the money belt? Or whatever? Let's see. What if... Whatever I do, this is not going inside here. I don't get it. What's going on here? Okay, so my output here needs to be blocked. For this belt to stop. Oh, wait a minute. I might know what's going on. Is it a buffer issue? What if I take this? Yeah, it's a buffer issue. Okay. Yeah, but you're not supposed to be doing that right now. Why are you doing that? Oh no. First of all, I think we should replace this by the buffer instead of this. This should probably be belts. Okay. What if I give you a bunch of buffer? Okay, so now this stops. Okay, that's a lot better. So both of these are stopped. If I restart the stones, then stuff stops going over there. Well, stuff wasn't going over there, but stuff isn't going over there still. I'm just consuming the stones belt. Okay. And if I start that one now, I think I should start consuming the stones over there. That's the theory. Oh. Except, of course... No, why is the stone not going there? That's the question here. The $1,000,000 question. Where is the stone going to? So... this is taking precedence. Why isn't this stopped? Yeah, I think I reversed it. Let's see, so this should stop if this is going, right? Is what we're saying. So that's my primary input. So this should not be stopped at the moment. This should be able to go. Why is it stopped? Did I mess up? So if this is going, that stops. Oh. And really, that's it? And so if that stops, it needs... So this is flipped, basically. That's my issue. This one needs to be flipped. Is that correct? Okay, so now this is going. Then if this one is going, that should stop. Okay, so if both of them are going, this one stops. And now if I stop this one, I don't want to transform. I want to transform the small gears into copper. So I should start small gears coming in here. But I think I can simplify things. We'll see. I don't think I need an intermediate step, actually. Okay, so small gears start coming in here. That's great. Let me just grab a few to ensure this doesn't run out. And now I stop this one. Wait a minute. No, that's the opposite of what I want. The heck? What did I do here? What's going on? Is it a question of like... No? And if this belt starts going? Okay, so that one would go. That's correct. Yeah, no, actually, this makes no sense. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Let me just delete this entire thing. I think I can do better. Can't I just... Okay, so what did we have here? We had a merger, priority merger. You take in priority the items coming from the bronze side over from the ones coming from the copper side. And then you have a priority splitter. That in priority puts items on the copper. Okay. So like stones, small gears. Small gears go over there, take over the stones. And all of this goes into money. Okay, so far so good. I start this. Now everything goes into copper. I start this. Now I have both stones and copper gears getting consumed. And I stop this. The stones are getting sent into money. So far so good. So what I can simply do, I think... might just simply be... let me give myself a bit of space. We are going to take the money line and bring it across. Like this. I can basically treat this belt. Oh no, I can't. Well, I could. I can treat this belt as if it were the clay from before, except from the fact that since we're not transforming stuff, we can't say, hey, just let the money through. But it's okay because on this side, we know that this is always going to be small wooden gears that go there. So what we can say... So it would be like a priority merger, right? We take from this belt, and if this belt is running, this belt will be stopped. And then like a filter. Okay. And so... normally... we can say like small gears. Right. So normally the small gears go into here. I don't know if this is going to really make a lot of sense because of like the fact that we don't transform stuff. So the interesting part of having an intermediate step is the fact that, well, we don't need to know what the items are. That's really the only thing that we're interested in with an intermediate step. Right, and all of this is stopped, and so if I start this one... I get this, and if I restart this one, then I should start seeing stone get over there. Eventually. Yep. Okay. Wait, why is this empty? Huh. Weird. If I stop this is when we should see stuff go in here. And we don't because we have throughput issues. Ah, I see. Well, that's a concern. Because right now the copper side is completely stopped. Is there a way to do this? Well, what I was doing would do it. Okay, so maybe I was on the right track. Maybe I just, like, lost myself somewhere in the middle. Okay, let's try again. But let's try to not get confused, basically. What happened here? I want, let's say, clay. You're not gonna be clay. I'm probably going to want just even temporarily. No, that's empty? Okay. Okay, and so if this is running, this is gonna be empty. Right? And so if this is empty, I want money to be running. Yeah, if this is running, I want to be able to produce money. So like anything I send on the money belt, as long as I'm producing, yeah. And so that's basically a merger. The clay takes priority over the money. But if there is no clay, I'm going to leave a space so I can see the clay. But if there is no clay, the money can come through. And so I need, of course, to filter out the clay afterwards. And so this is a clay output. It just gets recycled. So elevator. No, what happened here? I somehow hit T. I didn't mean to. Okay, so that's my clay loop. And so this should be money, this should be bronze. And so I think we just invert this one, right? So the money belt is in the middle now. So this would be money belt. This would be copper stuff. Well, really, I can just have like, so one chest over here, one chest over here, one chest over here. Perfect. I was about to say I find it slightly disturbing that this... No, this would be the money belt actually. But anyway, we have no clay over here at the moment, so it's not necessarily abnormal that things would be behaving weirdly. I'm going to have a priority merger so that this stays pressurized. I can inject clay. Why is clay not coming through here? Is it trying to come out over here by any means? Oh no, maybe it was just... There might be issues with belts clogging up. I'm sensing issues. Okay, let's get all the materials back. Normal operations first. So everything should be running. We should see stuff going like small gears in here and stones in here is what I assume. We should see. Why do I see small gears in the middle here? It stopped, but that's slightly concerning. 15 of them? Not sure why. Maybe it was like remnants or something? Okay, no, I stop the bronze. So I should start seeing small gears make their way onto the stone belt. Because the bronze goes over there, but still no coin. That's good. No, I restart the bronze. So the small gears stop going over there. I'm just going to recycle the small gears that are in here, because I don't have so many. So this is stone. And now I stop the copper side, and I should start seeing money come in the middle. Okay. Okay, so stones are going to the money chest. And now I stop both. And stones still keep going. Why? No, wait, no, the gears are going over there. Why? Why are gears going over there? So this is a priority merger, so the gears go first in there. Oh, but... So if I did stop over here, but... No, that's a problem. If the output stops, it doesn't work properly. It works if the input stops, but not the output. So it's stop this belt if this other belt is empty, basically. It's not a stop this belt if this other belt is full. Because whether or not it's running doesn't really matter. As long as it's full. That's my mistake. Oh, that's a complicated problem. Okay, let's stop with that. Let's stop messing with that for the moment. I don't think I have the brain power at the moment to solve this. I'm sure there's a solution, but like, not today. It's not for today, and it doesn't really matter anyway, because I think we're actually making money if we're transforming, like... I think right now we're making money from this. Probably. Why are you not running? You should be, in theory. What's going on here? Why is this stopped? Am I out of fuel? I want to approach here. No, I'm not. What's going on here? I'm out of iron sand? Why am I out of iron sand? The heck? This is output blocked. Clearly. Why is it not grinding fast enough? I have grinders in there, don't I? Each of them is producing 4 per minute. I don't remember how many I have, however. Ooh. 4 per minute? Did I miscalculate badly things? Did I badly miscalculate how much iron sand I need? It seems likely. Like if I need like 60... Yeah, I need 60. So if each of them does 4... Only 4? Oh gosh. It means I need 15 of them? There's no way I have 15 grinders in there, is there? Did I mess up this build? The answer is probably. Do I have the materials to build a copy? I need ropes, I need planks, and I need nails. I can do that. I'm never gonna have the space to do this. Okay. So now I can probably... Well, first of all, let's remove like the useless parts that are not really part of the build, so I can at least move around. Why is there... Oh no. Right. Is there an autosave? How long ago was the last autosave? 8:48. 5 minutes ago? Sure. We definitely didn't delete half of the building. That's fine. So we were in the process of giving up on that. Very good. I needed not stones. I needed planks. I needed nails. And I needed ropes. Let's just grab the entire build if possible. Yeah. Okay. No. I knew something that was wrong when I saw, do you want to remove like 800 objects? But I clicked too fast. I clicked before my brain caught up with that. Okay, that's a lot better. So I want basically to shave off the entire top of the build here. Even that part I don't care about. Well, let's remove it layer by layer. Let's remove it layer by layer. So I see what I'm doing. Right. So that's the part I'm worried about. How many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Why do I have 9 of them when I just calculated I would need like 15 of them? What's going on here? Did this change the ratios or something? So I'm grinding down iron sand. I need 1 per second. Do I? Wait a minute. No. I need... No, I do need 1 per second, don't I? Yeah, I need 60 per minute. So I would need 30 grinders. But, like, the advanced grinders are working at twice the speed, so I actually need only 15 of them. But that's not 15, is it? So what the heck is going on here? Why do I have only 9 of them? How did I calculate that? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, that's even worse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I can't even calculate. 3, 3, 3. Yeah, 9. Huh? What did I do? Why? Oh my god, this is a nightmare. So this build is working. I mean, it's working fast enough, technically, but it's not working well. I don't understand what I did, why I did that. Anyway. Well, that just means we need to do it better next time, right? Because we're basically going to need to redo a similar thing for the Malachite. Or do I go for Mars stuff? No, I think I go for Malachite first. Okay. Let's assume we have so one Athanator is gonna be producing basically one impure copper powder every 12 seconds. Yeah. So we'd need 2 Athanators to run a machine of Malachite. Do I use Malachite for anything? Not really. At least not right now. Not before level 8, basically. Well, we'll use it for Mercury, but then we can make a dedicated build, I suppose. Okay, so one machine making Malachite should be, like, way enough. And so that should mean, like, one, like, growth diamond every 24 seconds. Basically. Do we do a full Athanator? Or do we do half of one? I think we should do a full one. But then that means 2 Athanators making copper powder. In terms of capacity. That's gonna be a lot of iron. Because if each of these requires 60 iron per minute, we're going to need like 12 smelters to do that. Do I need to do that this fast? Are people ever gonna buy Malachite this fast? Realistically? Maybe I should unlock it. Just so we can see the recipes. I'm annoyed to have to be looking at the research. Hey Sven, how are you doing? Ooh, 24% Comté. That is an achievement. Congratulations, you are now 106% Comté. That is your first achievement, if I remember well. How are you doing? You still have some Comté in the fridge. Nice. Very nice. Right, so Malachite is researched. So we will have it be used in a recipe that we've seen will be like the Venus, I think. How is Alasto? I'm doing okay. Slightly brain scatter today. Hopefully I make sense. I'm not sure I make that much sense today. We'll see. I'm very much umming and ahhing about what to do here. Not sure if you already told us, but you have a new job. Oh, congratulations! Your best friend just told you the same news. Ooh. Do you happen to secretly be Sven's best friend? Ooh. That would be funny, wouldn't it? To be like, hey, we know each other on the internet, but we never actually realized that we were the same people who know each other in real life. Oh, Sven, thank you for gifting a sub to SP Far. Thank you so much. Sven casted Confusion, it was successful. Okay, so we'll need to take this, make it better. We have the stackable crucible now, if we want to. So we could do that to reduce the footprint of stuff. Although the stackable crucible I'm not a huge fan of because it consumes a lot more heat. It consumes 1.5 times the heat of the crucible. So I'm not really sure if I want to use it. What does it mean that you are the first to become fully Comté? Well, it means you have the Comté achievement for all eternity. Ooh, is that a hype train? Wait. I'm confused. Why a hype train? Is it like a spontaneous hype train? It would seem it is. I'm confused why it started after a while. Basically firmware, microelectronics, basically the same way you were doing before, but if with salary improvements. That's nice. That's very good news. Yeah, so I think I prefer the normal crucible. And if we have to fit like 15 enhanced grinders anyway, there's really no point in... So basically we have to have, I mean, most of this build. And I suppose we can have a copper bar output. Okay, let's... I need to find a place where I can do design. Like this is full. I think I might just buy some space. Or we could design it on top of here, like add a new floor. To the tower. We would have space then. Yeah, let's actually do that. Okay. I have decided. I have taken a decision. It's been a while. It's taken a while, but we have a decision. So, you can be a normal wall, because you're in front of stairs. Good. Then ah, interestingly, this is like shooting across. I think over here. I mean, I could have a cannon be over there. Ooh, I like trains. Thank you for the bits, Spifa.
Like trains.
Why buy space when you can buy spice? Spicy trains? Let's have a cannon across here. For sending the diamonds to the other side. Why do you not want to target this? No, seriously, why? What's going on here? Obstacles? What obstacles? Also, let me check that this is indeed where it's going. Yes, it is. What do you mean, obstacles? I suppose it's like, oh no, I'm hitting like the side of the building or whatever. Okay, fine, I can have a window right across. You more happy with that? I know it's going to tell me that it's too close, I bet. Oh no, it's not. Okay, fair enough. Then I'm okay with that. If that's what it takes, that's what it takes. Great. So, no, we don't have a cannon shooting above the top of the floor. And we can actually start building the floor. So this can be our building space, we can expand it if need be. Hey, I just saw a diamond shoot across. Perfect. Right in time for the end of the day. So now we can grab a copy of the copper and bronze build. So we have a baseline to work with. But it's not gonna be the same build, obviously. But the part where we need to make like copper powder and impure copper powder is the same, except for the fact that it wasn't working well. It wasn't doing its job properly, so we need to fix it. So we have a lot to do with this build, right? But we can use it as a starting point, basically. Is what I want to do. We do need to get pipes. So let's make sure we take the copy upwards. And we need to make sure to grab the plant too. Do we have everything on this side? Yes. I think that's correct. Okay, let's go build that. In our design space. Good. Remove the extra stuff. And there's a whole bunch of things we're going to want to remove from here, isn't there? Is any of this making any sense? I don't think so. Probably we just remove it all. I don't even remember what this does. A lot of the back of this build is gonna get removed, basically. Like this gets removed. I think a lot of that gets removed, actually. And I fell. Good job, me. That was very clever. This is output management. I do not need my output management anymore. Since I don't have an output anymore. What is this? This is fuel. Can remove these at least. This goes nowhere. Same for this. Okay. I think this is part of the priority system that was like taking one side, feeding it back to the other side, and shenanigans. If we're doing Malachite, we need the impure copper powder, but we don't need either of these, really. Like, yes, at the end of the day, we're probably going to transform part of that stuff into copper. But really, we just need the outputs from the Athanator. So this entire thing goes away, I think. You probably just go away. Alright. We're getting there. This is merging. I think this is basically merging like the copper powder and coming from both inputs. So like this can go. I think basically this entire side goes. I'm going to redo all of that. Okay. Over here, what are we doing? Oh yeah, it's recycling the money, I remember. Because since the build was producing money, we were like, hey, we'd rather reuse internally in priority the money that we are making, if possible. I think there was supposed to be a plant over here, wasn't there? There should be a nursery right here. That should be making sage, not sage, no, flax. Flax. This is a flax nursery. Okay. We're starting to see something. What's going on in the middle here? I have a few elevators. Okay, so I think what we do now is we want to take... let's see... This spot? No. No, this part, yes. We want to take a slice, but we'd like to not take whatever goes below. Oh, and also we need the pipes. I forgot about the pipes. So these elevators... Oh, come on. This is difficult. Can I? No, there's no way I point at this elevator without hitting... Ah. So these elevators go below. Yeah. Is that good enough? No, of course not. Right. But that allows me to see, like, what are the stuff that are poking out the bottom. Oh god, this is gonna be a nightmare. Oh right, there is elevators below these. I remember that. Okay, maybe we can be a little bit clever about this. And just work on parts of the things. So we don't have to take everything at once. And now we need to re-exclude these elevators. I messed it up. Okay. I was talking about being clever. Didn't quite work out. Please don't fold out and look like an idiot once again. I'm looking like an idiot often enough recently. Okay. I did a copy instead of doing a cut. But it seems it will work once I manage to do it. Okay, third time's the charm, maybe? God. Alastor, why? Okay, we're getting there. We just need to grab all the pipes. And this time we cut properly. Yes. Finally. Okay. Okay, we did it. Alright, build finished. No, unfortunately. If only. So now we can open this. Uh-huh. So we have iron coming in here from where? From these, isn't it? Yep. So we have an elevator over here and we have an elevator over there. I see. Problem is, this is way not enough. So what do I do? This is 9. I need 15 of them. I could double it. Or more or less double it. If I were to double it, so that's 18. I remove like the center 3, for example. this is 15. Yeah, that might work, actually. That might actually work. Because I can have... We need lab stands over here, over there. Over here. And over there, of course. Then I can have an elevator. Bring things to this height. On both sides. And I distribute some of the iron in these. Okay. And then I can have each of these go to the side and remerge at the bottom. Right? Okay, so that's my 15 grinder placed. And I can cover them with lab stands. Oh my god. Why? No, lab stands? Okay. So all of this is covered. We can recover the space that we are not using with beams. I'm questioning why I have this like that here. Probably not important. And if it is, we will rediscover it later. I suppose. Well, this could actually show the grinders working. That wouldn't hurt me. To have like 2 lab stands over here. I suppose. It will give me visibility inside the build, and that's not a bad thing. Okay. So here, this is a fuel line. Where does it come from? I think it just goes around the fuel line, if I remember well. And this should be fertilizer. Fertilizer comes in over here, yep, comes over there, goes all the way through over here. That's all great. What does this do? Is there a reason why there's a space here? Did I remove something? What's on this belt, basically? I see something over there. Oh, is that... Hang on. So that's iron, right? Wait, what is this again? I don't remember what this is. Where does this go? It goes out over here. I'm thinking it might be the soap. But then why is the soap coming out here? Let me go check actually on the existing build. Okay, let's have a look at the existing build. What's happening here? I see iron. Oh, that's my soap border. I bet that's my soap border. Okay. Yeah, because we need to grind down the soap. Yeah, I remember now. Oh. Okay, so soap is sent over here. Then it's ground down over there, and it makes its way over here. And then exits the build. Right here. Okay. Yeah, and so that might be why we want an elevator. I don't know where we're sending it, but we're sending it somewhere. It's important to remember what we're doing. And so I still don't know why I have a hole right here. Is there a hole in the build? Possibly. Is there anything below that might be accessed? Technically, this could be the soap powder output. Right here. It would be more compact. And I mean, this whole part isn't actually used by the furnaces. We could just replace the furnaces right now, even with the floor missing over there. I'm pretty sure. Let's, no. Let's not forget the pipes. Uh-huh. It's easier to do it this way around. Okay. So that's my fuel. I think everything should reconnect properly. So fuel comes in here, goes over there, goes across, goes around. No, this is not connected. My iron goes out of the smelters and goes down to be ground down. That's the part we just fixed. And we'll need somehow to bring iron up there. That's a problem for future us, however. And over here we have fertilizer coming over here, sent into the nursery. We produce flax. The extractors are going to be producing linseed oil, sent to the blenders, mixed with plant ash that comes from these elevators. Out comes the soap, goes into the grinders that we've seen, and then comes out somewhere over here. Uh-huh. And so between the iron powder, which comes out... Where does the iron powder come out? Again. I can't remember. Oh my god. My poor little brain. Because it doesn't go in here. So where is it? This is all merging here. I have lost the output for this. Did I? What did I do? Let's grab like this half of the build so we can see. Oh my god. Wrong option. I was about to remove it. I would have been very sad. Where do you come out again? Oh, wait. Wait, no. That might be okay. So they all merge and go into this elevator. Where do you go? Oh, that's the one! That's why I have a hole! Because that's where the iron sun comes out. Okay. Wow. Uh-huh. Very clever, Alistair. What did I miss here? A scaffolding and a block. Or a scaffolding. Let's go with the tall scaffolding. Why not? That means if we have to open it up, we'll have more visibility into what we're doing. Technically, this could be a beam. But right now it doesn't need to. Okay, let's paste that back. So belts have reconnected. These belts have reconnected, these pipes have not. Good to know. Alright. So over here we have iron sand and soap powder that we need to mix to make impure copper powder into an ethanato. And we can't recycle the pure copper powder that comes out, so like whatever comes out just comes out of this. It's not going to be like recycling anything or whatever. And then we'll need to make clay powder to mix with it into another ethanato. Interesting. So first of all, we'll need a furnace. We'll need a furnace, and like we'll need to feed it fuel, of course. Then, what is this? Floral decoration, oh. Oh, there are several floral decorations. Interesting. Interesting. So they added a bunch of decorations. We'll have to play with that at some point. We'll have to play with shop design. In general. Oh, also the reinforced platform. I need to have a look at. Let's go get... Well, first... Before I start messing around with stuff, let's focus for a second and a half. What am I going to do here? I think maybe the soap powder can come directly. Pretty sure that's exactly what we did already. Oh wait, probably we need to shift it. Oh, actually maybe no. Maybe no. And so we can have stone blocks over here to feed the fuel. That part should be okay. Then we can have little platforms. I don't see the problem with that. And so this one, so we take from over there. We need an elevator that grabs from over there. Output's right here. So that's my iron sand belt. It goes into the Athanato. Oh, come on. You make copper powder. So you're gonna be producing 5 impure copper powder per minute. We're going to need 2 of those. Because if we place like a furnace right here, and I don't know, whatever. If we want to produce malachite, we need 10 per minute impure copper powder. So we're going to need to double with this build. Right. Which, well, it is what it is. Oop, I fell. I wanted to grab some bronze rivets, just so we can check out some of the new stuff. Maybe not 2 stacks, maybe 1 stack's enough. And maybe we can have like 1 stack of these. So these tables, how do they work? These reinforced platforms. So you can place them on the floor, okay, or on top of each other. You have several shapes. So a 3x3, a 5x5, or a 5x5 with holes on the side. And it's 3 high. I'm trying to think in terms of design, how that works out. I don't know really. Can stuff go below it? Like if I want a processor below. Yeah, it could go below. Or an assembler would also work below. So I suppose you could use it to transfer stuff between floors. It's a somewhat less intrusive way of doing another floor. It's kind of similar to what you do with lab stands, right? And can you like stand a wall on it? Not really. Or a pillar? The pillars don't seem to like be working on the same grid, interestingly. Like I don't have the granularity to even try to stick to that. Though, I don't know if I had... If I had a stone floor and I wanted to build a floor on top of it, would it work? I'm not entirely sure. But that's interesting anyway. Okay, so one of the reasons why, like, having stackable crucibles here is really kind of useless for me is the fact that most of the space is actually taken by the smelters. So really there's no good reason to like compress that. It's not going to gain me much space. I suppose I could have like the nursery and the furnace side by side, so I could like gain this little knob on the top. Like, yeah. Whatever. I don't think it's very important. So I'm trying to think about how I double that. Do I want to mirror it, maybe? It would be kinda annoying to redo it mirrored, but we can do that. That's definitely possible. And do we want it on this side or on that side if we do that? If we do it on this side, we have a bunch of space here in the middle where we could do like the Malachite stuff. We're also going to need clay powder. What do we need for clay powder? Oh, it's ground down clay. So we'll need charcoal powder, we can do that definitely. And sand. How much clay powder are we going to need? How much are we speaking of? We're speaking of 1 every 2 seconds. So we need like 1 advanced grinder's worth. So we want 1 clay every 2 seconds. That's 2 machines, 2 assemblers worth. Okay, let's start sketching then. So you are doing clay. Each of these wants 1 sand per second and 1 coal powder every 2 seconds. Charcoal powder every 2 seconds. One sand per second is 12 grinders. Or 6 advanced grinders. And 3 stone crushers. Yeah. So we want 3 stone crushers, 4 sticks, advanced grinders. Okay. And so that's my sound. And then I need, we said, one charcoal every 2 seconds. I believe, yep, 1 charcoal every 2 seconds. So that would be like 1 advanced grinders. And 2 crucibles. Yeah, so we want 2 crucibles. And in terms of planks, 1 table saw. So 1 table saw. I'm gonna want a furnace. This produces at the same speed, right? So really no point in having... Hang on. If I have 2 crucibles, there's no point in having an advanced grinder here, because I can just have my grinders right here. And yeah, that should be the charcoal for this. Oh, wait a minute. That's for each of them, so I need to double that, actually. And I need to double that too. Okay. That's a lot of big machines. That's a lot of big machines. So you produce clay. By doing that. We are going to have 1 clay every 2 seconds, and we just need to grind that output. No point having an advanced grinder. But maybe I don't need 4 of them to begin with. Because it's just 1-to-1 with the assembler, really. They work at the same speed, so eh. And so that's gonna be 1 clay every 2 seconds. And that's what I need for the ethanator. And so then I just need to bring the impure copper powder and the clay powder in an ethanator. So I'm going to need 2 of these builds and 1 of... well, really 2 of these, technically. And each of them feeds half an ethanator. Technically, that's 2 builds. So I'm thinking here... maybe the stone crushers can be sitting on top of their grinders? Maybe we can have something like that. The 6 Uh-huh. And this can be my output. Or wherever it needs to go. That's pretty compact, I like that. And so over here we have the Stone Crusher input. So technically they can even be back to back. Right. What happened here? Hello? Okay. And so this can be carrying my 6 sound worth of stuff. And we said, just to check I didn't do the math wrong. So we need 1 clay powder every 2 seconds. So we need 1 clay every 2 seconds. Which means we need 1 sound every 2 seconds? Hang on a minute. Did I mess it up? One Athanator is producing 1 of these every 12 seconds. So we need 2 Athanators to feed 1 Malachite build. Okay? Yeah, so we're going for 1 Malachite build. This means 1 clay powder every 2 seconds. This means 1 clay every 2 seconds. This means 1 sand every 2 seconds. This means 1 stone every 2 seconds. Ah. So I'm going to way overbuild that. Right now I'm making double the rate. And it might be needed actually. But I will never need 1 malachite per second right now. Like... No, not per second, but like every 12 seconds. That makes no sense. I'm never gonna sell like... I don't know how many malachite per day. Good job, Alistair. Well, never say never, but... I don't think at the moment there's demand for that. Is there anything else I'm going to need this clay powder for? I mean growth potions, but really? I'm not going to... So my problem here is that if I just go for 1 assembler, no, for No, I do need 2 assemblers. I need 2 assemblers. But if I go for 1 sound every 2 seconds... I need 3 of these machines, not 6. Well, I suppose it could be like one-sided. I just like the idea of having it double-sided. But it could be like 3 machines side by side and that's it. Fair enough. So I can just copy that and paste it 3 times and be done with that. That's my sound part of the build. And let me just check that I didn't miscalculate the other half. So if I need... So, right. See, if I need 1 clay every 2 seconds, that's what we said, right? We need 1 clay every 2 seconds. 1 clay every 2 seconds. No, wait. 1 clay every 2 seconds is... 4 sound every 2 seconds. So that's 2 sound per second. One of these machines requires 1 sound per second. I have 2 machines, I need 2 sound per second, so I actually need 12 of these. Okay. Well, looks like we're double-siding it, after all. My brain cannot brain today, I don't know what's going on. I didn't rotate that. So let's see. If I take this 1, 2, 3, and we need to double that. We need to double that. We're probably going to have a second floor overhead for that. Could this actually be a case of using the table? Not really. That's too big for it. The table is too small. So it's gonna need to be beams. Because I can't have lab stands over here. And I'm going to need like 1 charcoal build, whatever. I don't know how I'm going to implement it, but I'm going to need it. And so we need like 1 of these, 6 of these, and 1 of these per unit of that. So I'm almost kind of thinking maybe we can have a furnace here. For the charcoal. I don't exactly know where I can put the sound. I could put it to the side, but it would be large, very long. I could put it above, but probably like 2 floors height. I suppose we could make a build that's 2 floors high. That's a possibility. It's a choice we can make. And so this would be charcoal going here. And then we could mix it with stuff right here. And so we'd have the impure copper powder. Coming out over here, we're going to need to get rid of the copper powder. I don't know how, but we'll figure out a way. I'm thinking maybe like just copper ingots come out of the entire build. Well, technically, we have a space on the furnace, which could be used for that. So we could have like 3 crucibles. One for the copper powder, 2 for the charcoal. Yeah, why not? Which side gets the copper powder? Let me go check. I'm not entirely sure which is which. What was that? I think it's a copper powder this side. Come on, come on. I didn't have time to see. But we can look in here. So copper powder. Okay. So you're the copper powder side, and which are you? That's a yellow. Yellow is copper powder. Good to know. Well, I could flip that, I suppose. That would work. And then... a small elevator right here. We can have a lab stand over there. Just to get things out of the way, right? As fast as possible. Okay, so that's copper. So we have copper ingots coming out of here. And I don't know what I do with them, but that's a problem for later me. Over here we have impure copper powder, which is something we're interested in. Eventually we're going to bring that to an athanato with the clay powder. Words. So I'm going to need to bring stuff right here. I'm going to need to bring wood right here, to be precise. We could do something like that. Even one tile further, actually. Actually, no. One tile further would be complicated to do. So might as well go for the simple solution here. I know, right? Since when am I taking the simple solutions? What happened to Alastor? Okay. Planks go in here. Out comes charcoal powder. Ready to be mixed with stone. So all we need is stone. Well, sand, really. What do we do for the sand? Do we just stack it on top? I mean, we can. We can definitely do that. In which case I might want to bring the table saw up top. If we do that, give me a beam. So this... I could do a beam width-wise, perhaps. How would that look compared to the build? Non-centered is how it would look compared to the build. Same issue over here. And lengthwise? That might be slightly better. But how do I support it? Then becomes a problem. Because that works on one side but not on the other. I mean, unless I do other beam shenanigans, which I can definitely do. Or I could go all the way. And then it becomes easy to build a structure on top. I think I just go all the way. Really? Because I can have like supports over here. And up to where did it go? Right here. Yeah, that's actually great. Okay, let's do that. Because we can definitely have a support structure right here. This is, what, 11 wide? This only technically needs to be 9 wide. I didn't technically need to fall down. How far above the smelters do I need to build? So this is the height of the furnace. 1, 2, 3. Can I build at that height already? I could. Would it work over here? Yeah, it does. I think it's not looking super great, and it's going to need to go at least one higher for the belts anyway. But basically as high as that is my limit. Okay. Interesting. I'm thinking the iron should come from somewhere in the center. So probably we want these belts to rejoin somewhere around here to have an origin point. That said, the support is not on that level, the support is on this level, so I don't care right now. Yeah, I don't really care right now. I just know that I need to go, what, 4 higher? Yeah, 4 higher than that. Which is extremely easy to do. Do I want to make that look better? Probably. Because this is pretty ugly. This is 9. Okay. I might actually just keep the center 3. Even the center 3, I can probably remove the center 1. Okay. These two are going to become 1 high. And then I'm going to have a 3 beam in the middle. And my hands are not placed in the right location. Right? Okay. And then I want I don't know why I went away from this menu, it was okay. A vertical. Let's continue with stone. This is too high. This is one too high. Let's try again. It's kind of funny the amount of verticality that you need to change as soon as you start doing these types of shenanigans. Right, and that's the right height for my support beam. And then I need the similar thing on this side. I'm going to remove the table saw, which I don't think is gonna be actually here. We can have a stone block on these two sides. What did Vice Voice do here? I have no idea. Maybe for symmetry we just stay like that. I'm out of stone. Whee! Yeah, 1200 stone should be good for a while. It's like double what I used to have on me. Because I used to have 2 stacks, but each stack was twice as short. Okay. So here we need that. And then we'll have the beam. I don't know what's gonna happen, but there's a good bet there's gonna be belts over here. And this seems actually decent. Alright. I'm gonna need support so I can see what I'm doing. I don't know why I keep like cancelling building. Okay. That should work, except I need more steel. A lot more steel. 2 stacks worth? Sure. Maybe a third? Let's skip 2 for now. We'll see later if we need more. I mean, we're always gonna need more because of factory must draw, of course. But we'll see. Okay. Okay, that was silly. Right, let's... try to do better. What's our income? So we're earning like 500 silver. And we're spending 300, so we have like 300 silver income. Okay, that's not too bad. Nothing to be sneezed at. So this could be my sound. For the build. That looks okay. And so I have plenty of space to have like the table saw and whatever I want, really. What do I want? That's the real question, isn't it? Because my table saw can be like somewhere like here. It might as well be near the edge. One thing I might want to check, what if I have a slightly shorter beam? Where does it end up? Like this. Yeah, you end right here in the middle. I mean, you're for sure like short enough to support this build. But it's a mess to support, is the problem. That said, I could have a shorter one, for example, for the center beam. If I want to. Could help me transport items up and down, is what I'm thinking. Because, for example, here I have this table saw, okay, it produces the punks that I need to burn at the bottom, but like, how do I send them down? It's the real question here. $1 million question. Whereas if I had a slightly shorter center beam, same for the sound, I need to send it somewhere, like either I'm making the clay and the clay powder up here and then I need to bring the stuff up, the charcoal, or I do the reverse, but then I need to bring the sound down. So that's a consideration to be had here. An important one. And I'll need to feed these two. But that's not too hard because I have tons of space. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. To have a shorter beam in the middle. I think I should do it. Okay. So let's take this whole thing and just move it over here for now. I love these building tools. And so basically I need a support right here, I believe. One shorter? I think that's it. Let's check. Yeah. Oh, I just got a skill point. That's my last belt upgrade, isn't it? Yeah. Nice. Okay, so the soft build now officially has full capacity. That's excellent. So we can have like the 3 purchasing portals on top. That's great. Over here, do I want to keep this like that? No, probably not. I could probably like have this like this. And just have 2 5 long beams. We'll need to deal with the copper at some point. And now we need to ring the charcoal up. And do we do it upstairs? Probably. Because we have the sound. Let's see. I'll probably need... I don't really know. I don't know what to do. Okay, so let's think about it. Here I have wood input on one of these. Which is gonna come from the top. Where does the charcoal come back up? It's gonna have to be in the middle, whatever I do. Right? So I think we need to have a belt at this level. Okay. I feel small. Am I crouching? No. It's just that the build is high. To be fair, like, the build is on 3 high platforms, so... Okay, that's easier. Okay, so this needs to be scaffolding. And then I have copper. What do I do with this copper? Do I bring it up or do I bring it down? Maybe I bring it down, actually. Because I'm going to have two builds that are going to like be producing copper. And it's just generally an output of the build. And since the inputs are right here and right here, I might as well have the other output at the bottom. Or nearer the bottom. So maybe actually... I do this. Oop. That's true, I could also have gone on top of the grinders. If I wanted to. But I don't know that I do. Because there's not much point to doing that at the moment, I think. Alright. And this would be my bronze border output, which I suppose is probably gonna go upstairs. So we can mess with that later, is where I'm getting at. Slight consideration. Do I want the side beams to stop here, perhaps? It's not like I need the space. I could just as well do the exact same thing on the sides here. Hmm. And then that changes things, right? Because this doesn't need to go upstairs anymore. Well, to go in the middle anymore. This can go back up right here. And the iron, if I purchase the iron up top, it can go down right here. It doesn't need to go above the crucibles. I do like that. And so right now I'm thinking maybe... nope. I need to reverse that. This can be a support. And this can come from the top. And so for symmetry, I'd like this to be probably wooden. Just for the aesthetic purpose. Yeah. I could even go with 3 beams. Oh no, wait, it's not 3, it needs to be 4. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So if I need to do 4 beams, I might as well do 5 because I don't have a 4 beam. Right, but all of this... can be just like that. And that should work great. No, of course you're gonna say, oh, but like, how do you bring the materials down here? Well, I can have elevators, that's not forbidden. Though I think maybe table saw can be right there. And I can have scaffolding too if I want to. And disconnects. Hang on. Redoing that. I keep right clicking instead of left clicking for some reason. Okay, so that's wood brought over there. So over here we have sand. And we can have charcoal. From up here. So I have sand right here and charcoal right there. Alright. So that's what I need to make my clay. This is taken care of, so I just need like the assembler and the grinder, really. And then I'll need to feed the stuff, and I'll need to figure out like what I do with the impure copper powder. And to feed, of course, the stone, the iron, and the wood. Hey, Yesku! How is the medieval automation going tonight? Pretty scatterbrained, so I'm kinda slow. Unfortunately, but it's progressing. Also, like the builds we are doing, to be fair, increase in complexity. Yeah, we're working tonight on Malachite and on better diamonds because if you notice, the byproduct we get from Malachite is gonna be crude shards, which get refined into diamonds. Right? So, as a byproduct of this build, we're going to be making diamonds in a much faster way than this nonsense. Because what all of this does which one is it? Right, this is the one that produces the equivalent of what we're going to be producing. So we just need that behind to produce diamond. It's better than the 8-story tower, yeah. Though it's gonna be not as high rate. Because, let's see. We're going to be producing one every 24 seconds. One crude shard every 24 seconds. Whereas this, well, should be producing one every 3 seconds if it was running full speed. If our build was running full speed, it would be one every 6 seconds. And because our build has... I made a mistake when I designed it and it's running half speed, it would be one every 12 seconds. So this thing, well, it's going to be double the size because this is half a build. But yeah, double that is gonna be half of this tower. This might be 2-story high or 1.5. 1.5. This is gonna be like 1.5 story high, to be fair. Kinda. Oh no, actually it is 1 story high. Okay. Yeah. So we could turn these... Wait, is it 8 floors? No, I think it's 4 floors, isn't it? No, 3. 1, 2, 3. This is 3 floors high and it could become... let's say probably 2 floors high. And producing in the process basically, well, as much malachite as crude shards, and then we said crude shards get divided by like 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256 if we wanted. Oh yeah, 256. So, like, we would produce 256 times more malachite than diamond. The problem, though, is the diamond is a byproduct of the malachite, so as soon as the malachite production stops, and currently we are not using the malachite for anything but selling, then the diamond production would stop as well. So the real problem would be actually how much malachite we're able to sell. That will limit how much diamond we can make. But I mean, yeah. It is going to be producing a little bit of diamond, let's just say. Do I need more diamond than malachite? I don't know if I need more, but I expect I need more than 256 times less, is my point. I think I'm going to need more diamond than this is actually capable of producing. Though it's possible I might need more malachite too. Okay, so here we are producing the impure copper powder we need. Charcoal powder is going upstairs, over here, and we have the sand. Well, first of all, let's have this. This is probably goes something like that, I think. Where we can have like the sand coming in here. And maybe the charcoal powder can come there. Oop. Not what I was trying to do. And so this is going to be the clay powder that we need for the actual malachite. Malachite is a mix of clay powder and impure copper powder. So I have plenty of space here. I don't know, like... For now, we can say, hey, you're going to be producing... Wait, it's not in here. What machine is it that produces the malachite? Oh, it's an Athanator. My bad. Ooh. Where do I put this machine then? Ah. Maybe I have it like over here? How about this? Let's say we produce malachite in here. Okay. So you're a fuel output, input, I mean. That can go for this one too. I need to bring down here my clay powder. Very good news, it's right here. How do I bring it here? And I need to bring my bronze powder. I think the bronze powder can be something like that. Thanks for the explanation. Yeah, no worries. How are you doing on this Wednesday? Well, no, it is still Wednesday. I was about to... I had to check. I wasn't sure. Let me rotate that, maybe. Oh my god. Come on. Okay, so let's go with this. I can maybe have something over here. On top of which we're going to have an elevator, I think. Alright. And this can maybe go over there. I'm making loops, I don't know where I actually want these belts to go. I don't think it really matters right now. I'm just trying to think ahead because we need iron over here and over there. So I don't know exactly how we're going to do that. You just chatted with a friend and you're arranging a silt song music for a cappella singing. Ooh, nice. So you're doing pretty good. Yeah, that would lend itself pretty well to a cappella singing, wouldn't it? That's exciting. Are you doing the arranging, or is it someone else doing it? I'm kinda thinking maybe this assembler would be better over here, wouldn't it? If we're going to have a belt that comes all the way over there, then another belt that comes back all the way over here, we might as well just have the machine over here and somehow bring the belt maybe at the center point here. How long is this? Can I have like a shorter beam? That's a possibility. It is a possibility. You're doing it with her? Nice. Exciting indeed, then. Okay, so maybe let's do that. Maybe let's... No, don't destroy the beam. That will destroy half of the build. Okay. And so this needs to go over there. Oh, come on. Oh, whoa. Uh-huh. Interesting. That's a crash. An unreal process has crashed. Ooh. So what happened here? Unhandled exception, access violation. Ooh. Interesting. It's the Unreal Engine that crashed itself. Wow. Okay, let's send the report, I suppose. I managed to crash the Unreal Engine. Game, please? Please crash. Please finish crashing. Well, I suppose it's a good time as any for a little break. Let's take a 5 minutes break so I can restart the game and let the game finish crashing, right? I'm going to be putting you some music. Let's see. Christmassy music? No, maybe not. Oh, I'm not logged in. Hang on. Let's try that. That's a bit loud. Okay. Right, let's have this little break, and I will be right back after the break. See you in a minute. Alright, and we are back. Welcome back, everybody. So, let's stop the music and go back to the game. I have restarted the Alchemy factory. And I suppose we'll have to see... Actually, let me check a thing. No, they didn't add an option for music to play all the time. Okay. Let's see what's the last the last autosave, I suppose. That would be like 10 minutes ago, 13 minutes ago. Let's see where we were. Hopefully it doesn't crash again. I have no idea what happened. So... Okay. Where was this? Oh, okay. We hadn't started to feed the Malachite. I see. Well, before we start doing that, my factory was too optimized. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Like, the computer started going super hard, like it was in an infinite loop or something. The game wouldn't even finish crashing properly. I had to go in the task manager to kill it completely. It was weird. Okay, so that's my charcoal. Coming right here. I mean, I could even have it come on the side here. Oh, come on. Let me climb. Thank you. The real question is, how do I bring the sound down the middle? And then also we'll have this to deal with. How do I bring that? Well, I suppose this one is pretty easy. We just do the same thing we did. I just don't remember what we did for the other one. Oh, didn't we bring it? Yeah, we brought it down over here, didn't we? Yeah. I remember now. What's surprising is that I didn't just crash the game, I crashed the entire engine. Okay. That's very good. I could just like bring it up here and have a little elevator over there. That would work. Most definitely. Sure. About that sound. So what do I do for that? I suppose the easiest for now would be to just go like this. And this can be like a 5 long beam or whatever. Nope. There we go. Well, even that isn't necessary. The nice thing here is that it makes this a kind of flat table, but where I can poke holes wherever I want, basically. In the middle. And that's really all I'm asking for. Whoa, can't even talk anymore. Right, so in the middle I'm going to need scaffolding to bring my stones. Just like this. And over here, of course, I'm going to need to give wood. And iron on it. So how do I go about that? I suppose I can have like a purchasing portal for the wood that goes... I don't know, something like that. I mean, the easiest would be to have it here. My concern here is that it's going to interfere with the iron. What do I do with the iron then? Like, I can't really have stuff go over the crucibles. I mean, I could, but I don't want to. I suppose I could have the iron double back below. I'm going to need more sigils, that's for certain. Whatever I do. Where is the shop over there? Whee! A store engine has crashed too? Wait, what? What did I do? I mean, probably, to be fair. The yellow store you're looking for is not responding. Okay, so this can be stone. Limestone to be precise. Hmm. Oh, just when I couldn't find my word. The delay makes it very confusing. Yeah, the delay and the fact that I don't necessarily immediately see the messages. You have to remember, like when you're streaming, you have the game on one screen, you have a ton of information on the other screen. It can be hard to keep everything in mind. Your attention is very much pulled every direction. I like how purchasing like 10 sigils is just pennies at this point. And I only have 2 screens. I'd really like to have a third one or a fourth one even. It would make so much easier to have everything on screen. For example, that's one of the main reasons why I'm like, I don't know if I should really do YouTube streams. Because I'm just having a hard time keeping everything on screen already. So if I add another chat, I'm not sure where I put it, honestly. I am really not sure where I put it. I mean, we could just have 2 portals. It's not like a portal is expensive. It also means less iron on the belt. Yeah, I think that's nicer actually. I think that is nicer. Logs. Alright, we need to feed it over here. That's annoying. It's like 1 tile too short to make it a beam. Well, we could have like a beam up here, I suppose. Sure. Okay. So this can be a beam. Okay, so you just need to feed them money, that's easy. And same thing on this side. Little box to stand on. technically I could switch them, but I think I prefer doing it like that. It might be more optimized maybe to have them switched. I'm not entirely sure. Okay, you will be buying iron. Same as you. And then I need to feed money to all of them. I don't know, for example... something like that could work, I suppose. It really doesn't matter. I have so much space. I could do it a number of ways, really. And then we can have a hopper. Here we go. Okay. So that's basically half a build of Malachite. The problem is now I need to mirror this, don't I? Do I mirror it? I kinda want to just so I can have... I mean, it's just this part, really, isn't it? If I mirror it, I can have everything merged. Do I need mirroring at the bottom? The only point of mirroring would be for this. The screen mural. Yep. A wall of screens. That's what I want. What I really, really want. Is there anything over here that can't be merged? Possibly this. The earworm. Right? Hashtag sorry, not sorry. I mean, I could fix that to make it mergeable. Would it be annoying? Yes, very. But it can be done. This is another monstrosity in the making. I don't know how to tackle this problem, honestly. I think I take a safe copy. And then maybe I start slowly dismantling things. I might want to extend the flooring a little bit. Oop, not like this. I mean, all of this is our territory. And honestly, we can even go above the street. If we want to. Can we go there? Well, yeah, we can. We can build above the house. This is great, actually. Sorry, my son, as they say. Yep. Okay, let's take a copy. I'm gonna be missing so much stuff. Okay, so we need glass, iron, wood, and steel gears. Hey, I expected to be missing more stuff, honestly. How do I get back inside? My first ever skyscraper. It's not really a skyscraper. What did I say I needed? Steel gears, iron, glass, and a ton of wood. Iron, where's my iron? Right here. Glass, where are you? Where's the box for glass? Oh, right here. And a ton of wood. It's just increased the stack size of wood. So this is great. Look at that. It's a little balcony. The poor neighbor is like, hey, my house! I don't even see the sun anymore. They blotted out the sun. Okay, so let's see here. I think maybe if we select like all of this, all of that, these can come with me. Actually, even these can come with me. Yeah. Which means that too. You come. You are allowed to come. Of course, you come. How do I reach in the middle though? Hang on, I think I can see maybe... maybe not. Oh. You? Yes? No? 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 Yes! I think I deselected something accidentally. Yes, you come. So do you. Do I have everything? Am I gonna create a catastrophe? When I cut this? Alright. Off with their head. They live in my shadow. They always lived in my shadow. Okay, so that's one slice. Slicey, slicey. Especially if I shorten them by a head. They're in a hairy situation, I can tell you that. Okay, so I think here we can cut... Dang it. I think here we can... No? I think here... No? No? Oh, please, Alastor. Get a grip. I think here we can do that. Ow! I know for a fact that we have these over here that need to be removed. I think other than that we are okay. Let's try. Yep. I don't exactly know where this goes. Technically. Alright, so this is perfectly symmetrical, I think. So that part doesn't need to change. This is gonna need to change a little bit. The part here in the middle doesn't really need to change because it's pretty symmetrical. The part that is going to require changes is more towards the rear of the build. Really. So the reason I didn't cut the entire thing here is because you have these elevators poking out of the bottom, and obviously I can't paste that on a flat surface, right? I might want to shimmy that a little bit so I can move between them. I might want to take the pipes with me, so I don't have to do the same thing 10 times. Okay, not bad. Not a bad score for today. Why do I have something different in here? Is there something particular there? Or maybe below? No, seriously, why? Really? No reason? Huh. Weird. I mean, I could slice this off to check. I think I want to. Oh. It's gonna kill the entire thing? Oh yeah, because I have beams here. Should I do that? Sure. Okay, tell me, what's going on here? Literally nothing. I see. It's literally just how I chose to design it asymmetrically. Is it? Oh no, it's this belt down here, isn't it? No, but there's no belt. There is no belt below. It's just reserved space. How about this? Yeah, this too is just reserved space. Yeah, so literally I just made a different choice on the left and on the right. Well, let's undo the different choice. I want to unmake different choices. I really want this build to be symmetrical. That's a good point. I will need to revert the fuel belt, but let's not do that immediately. Is there anything else here? No, I think we're good. Okay. Okay, so that's good. On this side, what do we have? We have this. Looks the exact same as this, I do believe. Yep. Okay, I like that. So this rear end here is a huge mess. Where do we have? Oh my god. I don't know where to start. Really? Well, this one... No. Like, technically this one will only need to be on one of the two builds. But let's keep it for now, so I know where things go. Decisions. Make a decision. It's not hard. Just make a choice. Well, I suppose that's okay. What's with this bell? Probably connects with something over here. Oh yeah, that's the nutrient bell. That makes sense. Okay, so we cut that off. Move it to the back. Alright. So, time to strip it. Are we ready for stripping? Why did I put 3 blocks like that here? I could have just used the beam, that would have been better. Okay. So. This is what we have to work with. I might just remove that for good measure. Actually, we're probably going to need to dismantle part of that. This is complicated. And we'll have to be extremely careful when we reassemble things, because there's a large risk that like things may not reconnect properly. I wish you could like take a copy of the build and tell it to Mirror. You can do it for one building. Like, hey, make a horizontal flip. Please and thank you. Right, so this one is the output from the crushed iron, the iron powder. And over here we have the soap output. Well, technically... they both go in here. So technically, if I just flip the top part... I mean, I have to flip that, right? But that's easy. And other than that, if I just... No, because, like... we have elevator things. Alright, fine. Let's properly mirror it. Do I just... like, cut the build at this level? I think I do. Yeah, so the problem here is that we have this slice to worry about. And then there's stuff that happens below. You know what? Slicey, slicey. All right. So this one, to flip, we need to flip the output right here. And that's basically the only thing required. Hang on. Which means that this comes over here. That's easy enough. The difficult part is the one where did this come from? Mm-hmm. Right. So we just need to flip the output to over here. I really don't know why I have a beam here and not here. There's no good reason, really. So let's fix that. Okay. Hey, Jerry Mondu, how are you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, let's just go straight here. Why the hell not? No, not B, X. Aha. Perfect. Ah, this could be 5 long. Yeah, who cares? Technically, this whole thing needs to be supported. So I just have to have like lab stands everywhere and that's it really. Wait a minute. This can just be solid blocks. Okay, should be good. This connects. Great. Great success. And so then we need to reconnect over here. So this connects here. This connects here. This connects here. Yeah, all of these connect however we want, really. So this can go like this, with apparently a belt on top. Maybe a copy. So I can have a reference of what's happening. I wanted to elevate my neighbors. Wait, what? I did nothing, I'm innocent. As you might be able to tell. Okay, so belt here. And really the only thing left. Oh my god. This build is a nightmare to copy. This is right behind. Why didn't you paste? Exactly. Okay. I can send my elevator on their roof for a moment. Ah. Yeah, it happens. It happens. All of a sudden, they have a ghost elevator in the middle of their room. They're used to it. Okay, so we have this. And then what about these? I do believe I have... There's really no reason to keep it like that anymore other than... Hey, that's what I made the build like. Yeah. No, wait a minute. So we have 2 blocks, then a void. Right. So this is under these. Oh my god, this is annoying. This. So void, then a block and a beam. Something like that. Okay. And then whatever that is, we don't really care. We have... What do we have here? It's just blocks, right? This one seems to be... Why do I have... No reason, so let's just basically mirror this. Right? I mean, at least the bottom. This, of course, will need to be the belt coming out. Here, for whatever reason, I want to keep this traversable. You never know when that's gonna come into play. Maybe one day I'll be glad to have kept that. Although I doubt it, but we'll see. And I am going to want... let's see... it's toward this end. 4 blocks. And then it flips on the inside. Uh-huh. And this? Is that it? I think it is. Really? I just need to cover things and all those shenanigans, but I'm pretty sure for the most part we're done here. Oh, there is these 2 blocks with the belt for the nutrients. What else? I'm kinda scared. No, it's okay, it's okay. It doesn't need to be flipped this direction. Yeah. So really, these are just blocks to fill things in. Let's see. Wait, what is that? Oh, that's a block. Oh, this one. That would work. Block. Scaffolding. Over here we have scaffolding on either side. And then elevator, block. Mm-hmm. 2 blocks beam, a beam across, and then we have the elevator block, and behind is just the block. Protruding. And that would be it. Alright. This can go away. Leaving that part, which is completely untouched. Oops. I wanted to cut it, not copy it. So we can paste it back. Let's go. Ooh, I'm missing a belt here. Would have been bad. I'm missing a few blocks that are really just there to support the covering. That should be it, I believe. And then really this is just covered by beams. Why is there holes right here and right here? Is this scaffolding I removed? I think it is. Yeah, I think I remember that. Alright. That works. That totally works. I will need to revert the fuel belt. So, fuel belt is very easy. It's not a box I need though. Perfect. And really that's it with the fuel belt. Of course we'll need to reverse things here. It's not a problem. This is entirely symmetrical. Why am I missing a beam here? Yeah, so I think we can paste this back with no issue. I do need to remember to grab the pipes. We revert the fuel belt, as always. Nutrient is reconnected, that's good. Iron needs to reconnect on either side. And really that's all there is to that. The difficult part is this one, because this is a mess. I think the easiest is probably to just manually do it. Well, first of all, I have a furnace on either side. How far does this go? 6? Basically all the way. And this one can only really go this far. Okay. So over here we have 3 crucibles. One will be for what is it again? Copper. This one will produce copper, and these two will produce charcoal. Therefore, they do need. Well, that's a little bit big. No, I just meant a grinder. And on the other side, we have the Athanator. Against the outside, I believe? Yep. So far, so good. Thanator output. Well, or input? I suppose input in this case is going to come from here, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, because that's the... I can't remember which. I think that one's soap. And this one is the ground iron. Yeah, that rings a bell. Anyway. Wait, what? Oh yes, yes, yes. But then I have a space. Oh yeah, but this space is filled with the elevator. That makes sense, actually. Then we have the support column for the steel structure. And on top of here, I think that's also for the steel structure. Oh no, actually that might be the iron elevator. I can't remember. Either way. Wait. Yeah, it's against the space. That would be correct. Okay. This side is a lot more complex. Oh, not looking forward to that. Let's see. Well, to be fair, if I have it right against the other side, maybe we can negotiate. Also, I was considering fixing that, right? so it can be merged. Because my idea here would be that technically this slice would be common. Actually, no, it couldn't. It couldn't because of these beams. Okay, let's just have them side by side. Why the hell not? It's just two builds, one right against the other. Doesn't really matter. It just means that this is probably going to need to change because this Asanato is asymmetrical between the two builds. But hey, it's okay, we can do it. There are, however, parts that need to be there. So, let's take care about that, shall we? So we have the fuel, then... we have copper output. I need a belt, don't I? Yep. So this is copper out. And then I'll need to figure out what to do with that copper. On top of that, I have my charcoal that needs to go to the roof. Actually, right here. To do that, I do a wiggly thingy. Right. I remember doing that. I have a memory, and I can even use it sometimes. How high do we go? 3. This is... wait, no, that's not the one. That's the one. 3. Pointing inside. And then this is going down to go inside the Athanato. This one I think is gonna need to change. This one I think I'm going to point. I don't know. Is it essential that it be there for now? Not really. What is essential is this block because it's part of the support pillar for the beams. This is a load-bearing elevator. What else? I think really that's it for the moment. What I do need is whatever's in the middle. I think I go differently this time. Like that. It matches better the rest. Oh, where does this come from? Yeah, we do need to bring the copper over here, don't we? Mm-hmm. Which output is it? The blue is the one I want. Perfect. Ah, come on. Great. And then apparently I still need to have scaffolding on top. Copy the same. Which one is that? That would be the wood, wouldn't it? Yeah. I have not set the wood input here. So. That should work. Good, good. And then we just need these two pillars, basically. That are essential for the structure. Wait, no, here. And that is it, I do believe. I'll need to figure out what I do with the bronze and stuff. But yeah. Okay. We're getting there, slowly but surely. The last thing here is we need to revert these. So this is symmetrical, that's good news. So basically I just need to flip this and that to exchange them. Okay, yeah, can do. Oh, Mastani, welcome in. A group of squirrels has made a strategic move and come join your stream. Hey, Mastani and Zeta. How is it going? How did your stream go? Did you resist the coalition? Or was this too strong for you? If anybody here doesn't know Mastani, he streams a lot of EU5, EU4. It's... Oh! Oh my god, that's a double raid! Welcome in, Spud and potatoes. By decree of Lord Spuddington, we are wanging our way into this noble stream. You guys have synchronized. Mastani just traded like 1 minute ago. How did it go, Spud? How did Max Payne go? Was it painful? Hang on. Hello, Brink, Blix. There's only Grim Reaper and Spud himself, of course. Of course, of course. Yeah. How did it go, Spud? The stream went well. You beat the coalition again? And you're declaring on the Brits? Ooh. Yeah, beat the Brits. For the last time in the campaign. Oh my god. I'm missing tons of chat. Oh, in the 100 Years' War. After that, they won't be able to steal your vessels. I see. Spud and the naughty sausage. Be blessed for the Mustney raid. Yeah, and for the Spud raid, of course, of course. It was excruciating. You also beat Denmark. You still have a big vessel loyalty problem, but that's going to solve itself over time. Nice. You completed Max Payne 2. Nice. 2 well-timed raid, right? Thank you both of you for raiding. So yeah, if anybody here doesn't know Mastani, he streams a lot of EU5, EU4, these kind of games. So if that's the kind of games you enjoy, do give Mastani a follow. As for Spud, if you don't know Spud, he streams a lot of retro games and horror games. And it's a very naughty chat. So yeah, if that's the kind of things you enjoy, also give him a follow. 2 great friends of the channel, 2 people who raid a lot in here. Thank you so much guys for being here. And yeah, very well synchronized. We're doing build surgery here. So yeah, if anybody here doesn't know me, I am Alastor, welcome in. I play a lot of factory building games, city guild games, colony building games, and puzzle games. In general, I play a variety of games, mostly focused on indie titles. And today we are playing Alchemy Factory, which is a game where we are running an alchemy shop. We are selling stuff to customers. It may not appear so, but actually there is a shop below the factory. A little cozy shop. And yeah, there are customers. They come, they grab some stuff, and they give us a lot of money for that. Using this money, we buy materials, and we transform them into the products themselves. But as we advance, as we get higher and higher in tech, the builds become more and more complex. So for example, this is 2 iterations of the monstrosity, which is of advanced fertilizer build. This is of fuel production for the factory. And oh yes, one thing I didn't mention, to resupply the shelves, we shoot stuff all across the factory with catapults and cannons, and it's super cute. So this is where we supply the shop from, actually. Did I finish off the diamond production? Well, I do have a diamond production going, but we are working on another diamond production. So yeah, this is our factory. And at the top we have the bedrooms. Let me go show you. Oops, nope. That's under the stairs. Yeah, so this is the diamond production that you are referring to, probably. I actually messed it up. It's going twice as slow as it should. And so this is producing basically about 2 diamonds per in-game day. This is a huge build. You have to refine, like you have to transform stone into sand and then refine it and refine it and refine it and refine it, etc, etc. And so in theory we should have like one full of these refiners running the whole time. Unfortunately I kinda messed it up, and actually it's only running half of the time. Because I would need twice the sound production for each of these builds, technically. In the years 1300, 1700, it was the big game between France and England to wage war on one another and dominate the other, right? They just wanted to get closer to each other. Hang on. Why was the message held? Hence the fun tongue-in-cheek rivalry that still exists to this day, right? Yeah, so apparently Automod doesn't like tongue-in-cheek. He thought it was lewd, which, to be fair, is to be expected with Spud. Do you think it's because you put cheeky instead of cheek? Probably. Should probably name the 100 years friendship. So yeah, today we are working on a build that's going to be producing Malachite. And as a byproduct, we are producing these crude shards. And these crude shards are... Let me show you what we produce right here in this refiner. So this build is gonna replace... I don't remember the rate we calculated, but I think like a quarter of this entire tower. So, yeah. So what we did is we took basically the same basis as the build we developed yesterday for making copper and bronze, which is smelted in pure copper powder. But we fixed it because we have made mistakes yesterday. And to make malachite we need impure copper powder and we need clay powder. So on top of it, basically, we made a clay build. And the problem is we need this twice to feed this Athanator of malachite. So, we are mirroring this entire build. We are nearly at the end of it, actually. So you're coming right at the right time, because we're about to finish doing that excruciating work that we've been doing for quite a while at this point. So, let's see. We need this stuff. Basically. Then we can have... actually... Right, grinder. Aha, what did I do here? hang on, what's going on here? I think this might actually be wrong. Yeah. That's definitely messed up. This is supposed to point inside the assembler, not inside the wall. Okay, that's better. In EU5, you're trying to form Europa and you want to Britain to be in the EU. And you have to own the land directly, right? If you could find a way to make that a reality, Spud would be extremely grateful. Hmm. You're quite certain there'd be an insurmountable amount of hostility from all the non-France countries if France announced that they are annexing everybody to unite Europe? Yeah, that might be a thing. I think other countries have tried that before. And people were not a fan of it, for some reason. It would be big early 1800s vibes for sure. Yep. Okay, so let's see here. That's definitely not happening. A little block. So this here is going to be sitting on top of the entire build that we have over there. If you're confused as to what I'm doing, that is what. So basically we went like slicing the build, a little logical block by logical block to mirror basically all of it. Right. The only thing that's not gonna be mirrored is the Malachite production itself, because, well, of course, we need both builds to fit into a single build, right? Okay, so that's fixed. Then we remove this. We can have the table saw for the wood. And then, of course, we might need to buy the wood. Sometimes it helps to have the materials we need to do stuff with. And so that's extremely easy. Just like this, and we need to feed it money, of course. That we grab from here, and the rest is entirely symmetrical, so no need to worry about it. More 1939 vibe, right? Okay, if everything went well, I should be able to take this and paste it on top of here, and everything should work. Shall we try? Maybe a copy. No, I don't have the materials to do a copy. Well, I could. I'd need what? Big gears, sigils, and some steel. Where's the front again? Oh yes, right here. Let's grab some materials. Steel is over here. And big gears are somewhere around here, generally. Right here. Whee! Okay, back up the tower. Here we go. Everything should work, everything will work. We'll see about that. We haven't tested a single part of the build, so I don't know how confident I should be, really. Hello? Build? Please? Okay, let's lock the height, maybe. Does this work? Nope. That doesn't sound right. I think it needs to go a bit further. Aha! Well, at least it would seem like it pastes. There is one part I haven't taken care of. Because it's not entirely symmetrical. It's the part that feeds into the Malachite here. Okay, so what are we doing here? So far so good, I think. Let me have a look on top. Oh my god. Oh, yeah, that's a bit awkward. Wait, where does this go again? Oh, that's... Yeah. I see. That's, the crushed clay output, which is gonna feed into the Malachite. And so this needs to loop back here. But there is gonna be an elevator on top, like right here, so I need to figure that out. How do I merge things here? Possibly. I was thinking maybe I could have an elevator point over here and then I go there. Yeah. Or I have them merge on top. That's also a possibility. But I think I like the idea of having them merge right here. Sure. Technically, I could have this... Hang on. I need more boxes to stand on. I think I want to have this elevator pointing this way. That way it's symmetrical between the two builds. And of course I need to replace the bell. Right, and so this is gonna go there. They're gonna merge, and this goes into the Malachite. Okay, and then I need to merge the bronze. And this could be as easy as just bringing the bronze over here. Sure. So, this belt is for copper. There's gonna be copper coming out here on each side. And so here I can have my bronze border coming in. And so this comes from this accelerator. And that's the part where I was like, I'm not sure how I'm going to do this, so I'm going to wait. Or I could go above this. That's a possibility. Do I want to? Actually, yeah, maybe we do that. Wait, no, there's an elevator here. Did I not put in this elevator? No, I did. Right. So this can't go straight anyway. This just has to turn. Oh, but it could go above. Yeah. That would be possible. Oh! Spuddy is entering the cheese zone to grab 27% Nectar. Ah, nice. Congratulations on becoming a little bit Nectar today. Okay, so I think to visualize what could be happening, that's kind of the problem here, is I don't visualize very well what could be happening. Yeah, because I was like, oh, it could go this way. I mean, it could. But is there a point to that? It could come in on top of this. And so if I revert them... That's a possibility. Yeah, okay, I like that, because it allows me to make a build that does not poke out. too much. I kind of reduce a little bit the footprint of the build by doing it. Well, not really, a little bit. Somehow. Okay, and then I need an elevator that brings this belt. Oh my god. It's kind of a nightmare at some point to see what you're doing inside. It becomes very difficult to see what you're doing. Then I want scaffolding to place a belt on top. Right here. And then this. Okay. And this comes down straight into the Athanator. And so the nice thing about that is that I can bring both of them from this side, right? So here, nope, I won't. Like, let's imagine this is the other build. Behind, we're going to have this merge right here. Oop. And then on top of it, we're going to have this. Hang on, I can place this, perhaps? I'm sure there's a pixel where I can target the thing inside. Did I get everything? I don't think I did. Yeah, I need this one too. Yep, and then I can connect a belt. Okay. Ooh, this is a bit tedious, this part. Okay. We're doing it. You're turning my cheese list into a shopping list. You need to get all the cheese. Mood, honestly. I started working on, like, the next evolution of the cheese list. Okay, so we said... Right, we say that we'll have this come here, point inside, etc. And over here we want... Hang on, I fell down. Is that it? I think it is. Okay. So this comes out of here, goes up. I don't know if what I'm doing makes sense to anybody else than me at the moment. I wouldn't blame you guys for being like, this makes absolutely no sense. I have no idea what Alastor is doing. Even I'm struggling. And I'm the one who designed this, so... 1 AM warning. Thank you, Flame. We're here for the vibes until it becomes apparent. Thank you for your patience. It's a mess. That's for sure. Things come in, other things come out, works as intended. Hopefully. Works as intended. Yeah, we're going to basically move this build we just built right next to the other one. And hopefully things connect where they should. So these two should connect to these two belts. And both should feed the Sathanator, basically. That's really all there is to it. For the rest, it's mostly independent. For the rest, it's mostly, hopefully it doesn't connect. Okay, so, shall we do that? Let's remove like all the temporary stuff that we had. And so we should be able to take this, paste it right here, and these two should become basically a build, a single build. Ooh. That was me almost falling down. Ooh, I even have enough space in my inventory for that. Aha. I cannot see whether they connect or not. Oops. Let me just try to ensure that things connect where they should. That seems okay. Can I maybe peek in here? Oh. Aha. Okay, so that's connected. Honestly, like these two blocks don't need to exist. You don't need 2 fuel inputs for the entire build. So choose one. Same for the copper. 1 copper output should be enough. Good, good. And, well, we do have the fertilizer that we'll need to merge. So this is fertilizer input. This is fuel input, and we need a money input on top. And that's all this build should need. So this should be producing 2.5 malachite per minute and 2.5 crude shards per minute. Now let's talk about these crude shards, right? These crude shards need to be refined 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times, and they're gonna produce a diamond. But each time we reduce the rate by... we divide the rate by 2. And they should come out as the secondary input, so in blue. Let's see, refine. Do we have enough space? We might do. Or we could just do it over here, to be fair. We have plenty of space over here. Yeah, let's just do it over here. So, 1, 2, 3. Do I go for 4? 4, yeah, sure. Five, 6, 7. A little elevator. And this should be a diamond output. So, we just need to bring the stuff over there. Of course, of course. Wait a minute. This was stone, so might as well match it. Messed that one up. So, diamonds, and this would be malachite. Let's go. So let's see. Where do we put this? Well, we could have it in this tower. But we would need to bring in fuel and fertilizer. Oh, also, we need to merge the fertilizer input. I forgot about that for a moment. Right, how do I do this? I think very simply. we are going to have labstones. Over here. And then we take this back. And it's like, oh no, I cannot paste it. And I tell it, do it anyway. It's like, oh no, I can't paste it. Good job. And so I can have a single fertilizer in. Money. What do we do for money? The eternal question of money. I'm kinda thinking we send money from one to the other. Do we belt it? Do we... What do we do here? We put the money in Mastani's pocket. You wish. You wish. That's what we do with money. Oh no, I fell. Can a cannon reach to the other side? That's a bit big. Maybe like a lab stand? Tiny lab stand? I mean, the cannon can definitely reach, but it might be too close. Yeah, it is too close. Definitely, as expected. So that's kind of the issue here. Yeah, maybe we just have one of them be a trough and the other one can just belt the money over. It's the easiest way. So, little labstone. For example, we can remove that one. And elevator down. Elevator up. And here you go. Catapult has no minimum reach, yeah, but catapult only can go straight, and this wasn't a straight line. So... it wasn't a great fit for either limitation. And I don't mind having a few more. They deviate a bit, yeah, but it's like maximum one tile at maximum range. And I think it would probably have been too short range. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. Okay, so we have fertilizer over here. We have fuel over here. We should be able to grab some of it, I think. And we have money over here. The problem is... okay, what happens is if I remove... I should do it from the inside. I'm scared of removing this wall from the outside and like destroying half the build. I already did that once today, not twice. So let's go upstairs and have a look. Right, I was right to be scared. No, so that definitely wouldn't work. What to do? Oh, that's actually a good opportunity. Why no fuel here? Hmm. But anyway, I think I can do something with that. Because, let's see. We can have tunnel conveyors. How do I manage this? Hmm. This is a complicated one. I mean, I could go straight here. I need to be able to place it, of course. Ah. Okay, then we'll have to check why the fuel isn't here. But we can definitely fix things. Okay, so money goes in here. And then we'll like elevate it for a few tiles so it doesn't interfere with the other belts. Then we can have like fuel. And we do the exact same thing. No, not like that. That's a bit too much. Well, honestly, I can just do it like this. No, actually, I need to remove that one. And finally, the fertilizer. Perfect. And that should be something I can grab from the other side. That's great. Okay, so why no fuel here? No fuel here, no fuel there. No fuel anywhere. Why no fuel in here? There is fuel in here. So, like, something's going wrong with the connection? Show me. So that's my fuel. Goes inside. And then I lose sight of it. Oh no. Did it just not connect to the pipe? Is that what's going on? Uh-huh. Oh no, I just... I haven't put in the belt, that's why. There is no scaffolding here. Alright, I see. Yeah, I was like, yeah, I'm going to do that later if need be, but right now I don't need it. But no, I do. So. Oops. No, it removed the pipe. It's fine, we can put it back. We're making so much money. Errors 404. Scaffolding not found, right? Exactly. Oops. Okay. Easy enough for now. Huh. That's too far. That's a drawback of this system. It's a bit annoying to reach. And to see what I'm doing in here. Uh-huh. Wait, where are you grabbing from? You're grabbing from the money belt, so that's fine. We can go back. Do I see fuel? Yes, I do. Good. Oh my god. There we go. Oh, and of course I need to do that again right here. Let's be clever about this. Let's put in the belt first. Ah! I hate this. Come on. It's like you have to be pixel perfect. Okay, I'll do this afterwards. You have to be pixel perfect to place the stuff. It's difficult, to say the least. Ah! And I have to be extremely careful to not mix the belts, because if I start sending fuel on a nutrient belt, it's gonna be a problem, of course. You heard a person named Alastor design that? Maybe you should complain. to him about it. That's exactly what I'm doing. What do you think I'm doing? I mean, don't get me wrong. Overall, I'm very happy with this system. It's just that when you need to do this specific kind of stuff, especially, like, the problem here is we can remove the floor above and access it from above. It's great when you can access it from above. I guess this part I could have done because I have removed the floor here before for this exact reason. But like where I am, I'm below the bedroom. So that makes things more challenging. So like when you build it from the bottom up, it's a great system. When you start building it from the top down, it's complicated because you have to try to see what's happening inside. It's always the same problem with compact stuff, right? I like doing compact stuff, but it's hard to see inside. What I'd really love to be able to do here would be to change that to a door, but I can't because I would destroy half of the build. And there's really no good place to do that. So I'm not gonna. I could do something over here, perhaps. But same problem. I have stuff along the wall that I don't want to have to rebuild. I'm lazy like that. Hey, would you look at that? Coin, oak, and advanced fertilizer. Let's go. Almost as if somebody had sent me everything I need. Yep, nope. Actually, I might push it one further. No, actually no. No. Actually, you're going to be nutrients. This is going to be my fertilizer belt. And next to it is going to be my fuel input. Uh-huh. And then I can just have a little cannon for the money. So fertilizer goes in, we'll need to take care of the plants at some point. Hopefully we still can reach inside. I'm not entirely sure. I suppose we'll find out together. This is fuel. So things are fueling up. So I need 2 flax seeds and 2 sage seeds. I believe I should be able to muster that. Have I tried cannoning myself? No, I haven't. In fact. So 1 nursery per bell, right? And pretty much the same for sage, isn't it? Yeah. Oh wait, I'm missing one. What's in here? Let me drop off the excess cocoa powder and fertilizer. This sage can go away. Uh-huh. Much better. Hey, damaged Charbine. How are you doing? Welcome in. Thank you for the 15 stream streak. That's a pretty big streak here. You've been streaking. Oh my. Can I... Yeah, that's what I was concerned about. I'm not sure I can see the... the thing behind. Well, this one I can see. This one, it's more complicated. Where is it? Where have you hidden the nursery? Is there even a nursery left inside? I think I can see it. There is 1 pixel where I can target it. I really should have done that before, shouldn't I? Just lurking while putting the kids to bed. Nice, thank you for the lurking. Ooh, here we go. I see soap working over there. So I think... Aha. Wait, why? Oh yeah, no. Let's go. Our very first cycle of Malachite production, which is not producing a Malachite, it's producing a crude shard. So hopefully the next one should be Malachite. Yep. And that's our first Malachite. Nice. Very good. This is working. Yes, it is. So I should have like copper ingots right here. Yes, I have. This is great. And like this is gonna be slowly working towards making a diamond. Okay, perfect. Should I maybe? Like send a diamond somewhere over here so it can rejoin its peers? Yeah, why not? Yeah, that's what I was concerned about. Almost 2 a.m. warning or something. Sip time for you. Have a great night, Zeta. Thank you for being here. I'm glad you were able to catch at least starting the build. We're not going to end in too long. Don't worry about that. Okay. I think we're just going to belt it. And merge it. Because why the hell not? We have a ton of space on this table. Next I need to shoot the diamonds over here though. Target too far. Yeah, I kinda expected that. Is this far enough to get shot? It might not be. Oh no, it is. That's still too far. Interesting. Maybe we do something like that. A little relay of sorts. Okay, next we need to deal with Malachite. How do I do that? How do I bring the Malachite to the shop? I could shoot it down there. That would be a fun way to do this. Technically, I could even shoot it like straight through the window. No, but maybe that's a good strategy. Not a long-term one, but maybe a good one. Oh, outside of the building area. Interesting. Oh, so there's a forbidden cube. Right. Because we're building right above the roofs of the neighbors here. But it seems that like we cannot build inside the cube. That makes sense. Hang on, can I stand on top of this? Oh yeah, I can. I'm sinking inside the roof. Whee! Okay. So where do I put Malachite in the shop? So this is for diamonds. Oh, the Jupiters are accumulating. That's good news. Maybe we can have like another jewelry stand over here. Oh. Okay, so they only buy 6 Jupiters a day. Interesting. Unless maybe there's something about like not having enough at the right time or something like that. Okay, so this is too far. This would be hidden to us. Wait, was it too far? What was the error? I didn't really look. Obstacles. Ah! So actually I might be able to reach it from further. Yep. Look at that. Yay! That's 100 silver in his pocket. I think I can just have a cannon. How about... maybe we bring things in over here. Am I going to start stacking the cannons for more reach? Yeah, at some point I want to reorganize this whole thing to be neater. There is a big workshop, like shop rework pending. Like I have tons of issues here, like these things are shooting through the walls and stuff like that. I need to reorganize this whole thing. For the moment, I'm kind of bodging it, but yeah, we will work on it at some point. I'm just unsure when. Honestly, it might be something I might even do off stream, because I don't know that reorganizing the shop would do for great content. Too far. Interesting. But yeah, so what Mastan is talking about is doing this basically, and then I can have a little stand. It's far neater. Than a lot of the other things we could do. Although I'm realizing this kind of cluster makes it messy. So we'd have to find other solutions. Obstacles, oh my god. Why? Well, if this is not gonna work, I might as well just have it in the middle. Uh-huh. So, can I target this from upstairs over there? I think I might be able to. Invalid angle. Ah. Can potentially go one further. Still invalid. Well... I mean, there's a window here. And there could be a window here. There could even be a hole in the wall, but... No, it's gonna be a window. At least it looks semi-okay. Okay. And then I can have a cannon over here. Oh no, I can't. Dang it. It's fine, I can find a solution. Oops. Fell too far. Can I have... Yes, I can have that. That's good, that's good. That might be an idea to plug the hole, actually. Right? I could maybe have... Well, maybe not like that, but like this. And then I don't know how I scaffold. That's something to think about. I'm concerned about the angle here, to be honest. Yep, was right to be concerned. Would this work? Nope. Okay, how about... Let's see... I could maybe... have one... Ooh. Okay, that won't work. Well... You know what? When all else fails... I'm just wondering if a drawbridge can reach. Nearly. Well, when all else fails, twice. That will definitely work. The platform also could be an idea. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. No. Okay. No, the $1,000,000 question. Well, you know, maybe actually the scaffolding strategy can work here. Yep. Alright. Should I have storage for Malachite? Sure. We can have Malachite storage. I have plenty of space to implement that, so might as well. And we're going to be producing a bunch of it. So this is going to be my priority input in case I want to get rid of Malachite for some reason. This is going to be my Malachite storage. This is going to be my official output. Output. And then maybe on top of that I can have the cannon. Yeah, that should work relatively nicely. Yeah. A little blocky. And the little cannon. And we should officially have Malachite in the shop. And diamonds, and the last thing. that's gonna be blocking us if we look inside the Athanator is of course the copper. So what should we do with the copper powder that we have extra? Long term we want to perhaps use it to make pocket watches. But right now, we're just going to make money with it, I think. Maybe we can start like a gold chest or something? Why not? Could be fun. Okay, so how do I turn it into money again? Processor, right. So process this, how much? 5 per minute. And you're going to produce 5 per minute, so I'm going to need to have 2 processors for money. Alright. Next, bank portal. And then I think we can just have a big chest. For now. You make gold. Alright, so in a few minutes we should see our first Malachite get shot to the shop. Wait, I was looking at the wrong one. Might have missed it already. Ooh, here is one. Whee! 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 And in the shop we have Malachite. Ooh, this can hold 4 of them, by the looks of it. And we should be producing a little bit of diamonds. A little bit more. Very nice. So this is your 2 AM reminder and the news of Mastani going to sleep. Thank you very much for Mastani. Thank you very much for Mastani being here. Have a great night. Thank you for the raid again. And see you soon. Did we sell any Malachite today? Oh, we only sold 1 diamond. And no Malachite. Bought a few logs. Overall, not too much storage that we bought. Hey! I think we should see very soon people buying Malachite. Oh, and we even have a diamond in the shop. And can I see anybody like buying diamonds? No. How about you? Can I interest you in a diamond? Yes, I can apparently. Diamond is really good. Yes, it is. Can I interest you too in giving me a lot of money? Not bad, not bad. Only 2 silver though. Almost disappointed. Oh my god. They cleaned us out of... Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good sale. They cleaned us off our Jupiters. Real quick. They accumulate a little bit in the evening, but yeah. In the morning, they come in here and they grab all the Jupiters they can find. We didn't see anybody buying Malachite so far. Kinda disappointed. No, that's not glass. That's not Malachite, that's glass. Did you grab any? I don't think you did. No, only turquoise. Lots of potions, of course. Come on, don't buy bricks. We buy Malachite. No. Oh. Yeah. She got some Malachite. Let us see. Nice, 2 Malachites. 5 silver. Nice. I think each Malachite goes for like 1.2 silver. Something like that. So pretty nice overall. Let's see how we're doing upstairs. Oops. Ah! I can't find the stairs, apparently. Hey, we're not that far from the first diamond, actually. We already have made, like, half and most of the way to the second half. Oh wait, no, that's a quarter. We're like almost 3/4 of the way to the first diamond, I think this build would make. Probably. But yeah, we're producing 2.5 raw thing per minute. So like 1.25 of this, 0.6 of this, 0.3, 0.15. Basically, we're producing like one diamond every like 20 minutes or something. Maybe it's easier to look at. Let's see. So you produce one every 24 seconds. So that would be 42, 84, 168, 336, 672. So 10 minutes for this, 11 minutes, let's say, 22 minutes, oh no, 44 minutes, possibly? Possibly. So, yeah. Basically, it's not producing a lot of diamonds, but it is producing a little bit, and that's what matters. I'm noticing we might be short on fuel. Though we have buffered a huge amount recently, so hopefully it's just that. Ooh, we're clean out of Malachite. Which means our current sales of Malachites are only limited by production. What do you mean there's no Jupiter? There is one right here. Pesky customers. Look at that, there is two right here. So yeah, that's pretty good. We reached our objective for today. Next time, I think we should tackle the pocket watch. And maybe Mars if we have the time, but I kinda doubt it. The pocket watch should be nice because it's going to consume a lot of the extra copper we're making. Moss would be so good for XP. But it's going to be a very, like, iron heavy build. Because it's going to be basically... Yeah, we're going to want like 1 copper per second, 2 bronze per second. It's gonna be huge. Because 1 copper per second is like 12 Athanators worth of this. So it's like 2 iron per second. And 2 iron per second is like 60. No, 12, it's gonna be 12 smelters. Wait, only 12? Are you sure? Two iron sand per second? Yeah, because this takes... Right, it's gonna be a lot of these, but... I see. Did I miscount upstairs? Did I put in, like, way too much iron? Do you think? It's kinda sus. Is this, like, super backed up? I mean, each of them wants 1 iron per second. So I think that's good. Each of these only makes 10 per minute. So they do need 6 each. So if I want, like... Technically, I just want 2 of these per second, right? Because as a byproduct, I'm going to be producing way enough copper. Well, no, wait. 2 rivets per second. But 1 ingot is 3 rivets. So, okay, yeah. It's more reasonable. So it's like 0.6 per second of bronze. I don't know, we'll have to calculate. Anyway. Yeah, so I think that's kind of the plan for next stream. We'll see. Maybe I will also switch things up. And I'm kind of thinking of maybe putting back other games in the rotation. Might also be a good idea. We will see. Other games, right? Scandalous, I know. But they do exist and we do love them as well, so... Maybe we should play some of the games sometimes. Like, we've played Aloft, we've played it like once, and completely gave it up. I wanted to play more of it, it's just that this game came out and like completely overtook everything. How much money do we have in here? Oh my god. We have almost 4 stacks of silver in here. We have so much money. Ooh, 1 diamond. How much are you gonna pay? 112 silver. That's a good customer right here. Big spender. Alright, so thank you everybody for being here today. Thank you Mastani and Spurred once again for reading. I think that's the only raid we heard. Let me check. I don't want to... yeah. Thank you Doran and Sven for the gift subs. And thank you SP4 for the bits. Let's see who is streaming at the moment. So we may raid somebody.